Good morning again. Okay, now's the time that we are going to get started. It is 9:31, and I would like to welcome you all to the second annual Administration for Children and Families Acquisition Planning Brief to Industry. My name is Donna Griffith. I'm the Acting Director for Acquisition Policy, Oversight, and Administration for the Office of Government Contracting Services, and I will be your host for today, helping move things along. This is an annual event, so industry can understand the important and diverse needs of our mission partners and potential contracting opportunities from our mission partners. We are extremely pleased with the registration for this event. As you can imagine, the rain delays and the security backups have caused a little bit of a delay in people getting into the room, but we do have quite a presence online. And we do have a great mix of both large and small businesses, so we are hoping for a mutually beneficial experience for everyone throughout the rest of the week. We have built in some networking time, and during that time, you are free to talk here in the auditorium or out in the lobby, and we do have dedicated space if there's a time where you want to continue the conversation. F2 is the dedicated space for that today. Before we get started, I do want to cover a few housekeeping items. Number one, the bathrooms. You guys have been here for a while, but if you haven't found them already, they are out the auditorium and to the left, and on this floor and upstairs as well. The event is being recorded and will stream on our HHS Live YouTube page. For those of you who are attending virtually and would like to send in questions, please remember to email your questions to ACF-GCS APBI at acf.hhs.gov so that we can make sure that all of your questions get answered. If for some reason we are not able to answer a question or get to an online question, we will follow up in writing to everyone who has registered for the event. So if you didn't hear a question clearly, or if maybe someone has a question online and we didn't get to your question, please don't worry, we will answer all of the questions. And then lastly, not the bathrooms. There is food in the building. If you haven't found it already, there's a cafeteria in this building and there are refreshments available there. Following GCS and mission partner presentations as well as panels, if you wish to continue your conversations for a few minutes, like I said, we do have breakout rooms, and you'll be able to take advantage of those. With that, we are going to get into our first speaker of today, Mr. Jeff Hild. Mr. Hild serves as the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, performing the delegable duties of the Assistant Secretary for Children and Families for the Administration for Children and Families at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. He was ACF's Chief of Staff from 2014 until 2017 and was most recently a Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Legislation at HHS. That's a lot of words. That office did cover the Human Services portfolio, which included ACF. Prior to joining the Biden administration in 2021, Mr. Hild was Policy Director at the George Washington University School of Public Health's Redstone Center, where his work focused on advancing health equity and addressing adverse childhood experiences through policy change. Please assist me in welcoming Mr. Jeff Hild.
So all the words, just a fancy way of saying that I get to have the really awesome privilege of leading the Administration for Children and Families. So it's great to be with you all this morning. Thanks, Donna, for the warm introduction. And really excited to be able to kick off the second annual Advanced Planning Briefing to Industry. Thank you all so much for being here. Where's my guy, Kenyatta? There he is, right in the front row. Kenyatta, thanks for all you do. Thanks for pulling this together, and thanks for having me here. I know we're also going to be joined by Katrina Brisbane. I'm not sure if Katrina's in the building yet, but Katrina's the Senior Procurement Executive at HHS and a really great friend to HHS. I'll talk to you a little bit about what we do at ACF to get us started. So we have over 60 programs and an annual budget of $70 billion. And almost 2,000 federal employees and contractors. By budget, we're the second largest optive within HHS. And for many American families, ACF-funded programs are really a lifeline and a bridge over troubled waters through times when they may be vulnerable or down on their luck. From affordable childcare to supporting new Americans to preventing teen homelessness and supporting grandparents raising grandchildren, ACF programs support the well-being of all types of families around this country. But providing those services doesn't happen alone. It takes a whole team of people, from program folks to policy to regional staff to those of us in DC. And it absolutely requires the support of contractors, the folks in this room who provide an incredible range of services that make our work at ACF possible. And I'm really struck by the diversity of expertise and experience in this room and online. We have representatives from government, industry, academia, the nonprofit sector, all here because you share a commitment to ACF's mission. It's this diversity of perspectives that fuels innovation, fosters collaboration, and ultimately leads to better outcomes for those we serve. Together, we gather to continue to strengthen our relationship and explore new ways to work together on behalf of children and families in this country. The theme of this year's conference is Contracts for Change, Empowering Lives and Strengthening Communities. I think that theme underscores the transformative power of the work we can do together, work that drives positive change, empowering individuals and communities to thrive. And I want to acknowledge that serving America's families requires a skilled and dedicated team. And I want to thank ACF's Office of Government Contracting Services, GCS, for their outstanding work. They obligated over $1.3 billion in fiscal year 23. And that rate is expected to substantially grow in the coming years. The dedication of the GCS team and their expertise ensure the timely and efficient delivery of human services in support of ACF's mission. So I'd like us all to give a round of applause to the GCS team. Thanks for all you do. Over the past several years, and in partnership with many folks in this room, we have made significant strides in advancing the well-being of children and families in this country. We have safely cared for and supported a record number of unaccompanied children, including through historic increases in post-release services for these children. We've integrated behavioral health supports into many of our ACF programs, and we continue to build the research and evidence base to show what works in human services, and much more. But we certainly have more to do. We must continue to build upon the progress we have made while also embracing new ideas and approaches to address the evolving needs of children and families in the 21st century and being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. That's where you all come in, and it's why we're all here. In the coming days, you all will engage in a series of discussions and planning sessions aimed at charting a way forward for ACF. We will examine emerging trends and explore innovative solutions to solve our biggest challenges. We will provide advanced briefings highlighting upcoming procurement opportunities for this fiscal year and next. These briefings facilitate early communication between ACF and our industry partners. Early communication is essential to GCS's efforts to improve competition, increase small business utilization, and mitigate supply chain issues. And I want to touch on the importance of collaboration. As I said earlier, at ACF, we recognize we don't do this work alone. We rely on the innovative talents of our industry partners to provide exceptional goods and services. Our goal is to promote collaboration and communication, ensuring our industry partners have the information and resources necessary to successfully support ACF's mission. This is also an opportunity over these next few days for industry to engage directly with our program offices. As we engage in discussions and planning sessions this week, I urge each of you to bring your expertise, your insights, and your innovative spirit to the table. Feel free to inquire about potential acquisition strategies, requirements, and best practices. This collaborative approach benefits industry partners and enhances the effectiveness and efficiency of our programs and initiatives. By working together, we can leverage our collective expertise, our resources, and influence to drive meaningful change and create a more just and equitable society for all. Collaboration is not just a buzzword at ACF. It's a fundamental principle that underpins our approach to addressing complex social challenges. For the next 3 days, we'll provide a roadmap of potential contracting opportunities aligning with ACF's programs. Let's explore how contracts can be leveraged as tools for innovation in service delivery, policy reform, and systems transformation. And we'll also focus on opportunities for small businesses. We know that small business plays a vital role in meeting our mission, and we value their ingenuity and agility. Through subcontracting opportunities, small businesses can provide expertise and minimize their risk. This event also provides a platform for networking, learning, and collaboration. I hope you all will take advantage of it to explore potential partnerships and opportunities for growth. Over the next several days, I hope each of you commit to concrete actions that empower lives and strengthen communities through contracts for change. I urge all of you to actively engage in dialogue, exchange ideas, and identify actionable strategies. Network and connect with government and industry representatives. Follow up with your connections after this event. Subcontracting is certainly a priority for us, and as Kenyatta would say, team up to compete. Look for opportunities to collaborate and contribute your expertise to our shared mission. Listen to the initiatives and challenges presented by our program offices and be prepared to support when called upon. So in closing, thank you for your commitment, your passion, your partnership. Together, I know we will continue to make a difference in the lives and children across this nation. Thank you all so much for being here. Good luck over the next 3 days. Thanks.
Okay. It is my honor to now introduce my boss, Mr. Kenyatta Wesley, as the Executive Director for Acquisition of the Administration for Children and Families. As Executive Director, Mr. Wesley is charged with leading a geographically dispersed contracting center in the development, implementation, and execution of strategic acquisition solutions to ensure the economic and social well-being of children, families, individuals, and communities in need. His strategic guidance and acquisition acumen is a key component of HHS's efforts to deliver equitable human services to all Americans. Mr. Wesley's appointment at ACF follows a distinguished career at the Department of Defense, where he most recently served as the Executive Director and Senior Contracting Official at Army's Contracting Command at Aberdeen Proving Ground. There, he was responsible for supporting the Army's readiness and modernization efforts through mission-critical research and development by program executive offices, Army industry partners, and warfighters. Mr. Wesley has held several key assignments within DoD contracting and small business. To name a few, he served as the Special Advisor to the Director for Defense Procurement and Acquisition Policy, Director of Defense Cost and Pricing within the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, and Acting Director of the Office of Small Business Programs. Now, any of you who know Mr. Wesley knows that I could keep going, but I think this is a good time for us to stop and ask that you guys help me in welcoming Mr. Kenyatta Wesley to the stage.
Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah. All right. So it's working. Good morning. All right. So I'm going to start with this before we go walking through these charts. When we do these events, one of the things we start off with is teamwork and collaboration. And so I was going through my thoughts on how I wanted to start this morning, and I found something that kind of just made me say I want to talk about it. And it says, we talk a lot about hope, about helping, and about teamwork. And our whole message is that we are more powerful together. And so when you take a minute to kind of digest that, the country as a whole says we come from different places, different backgrounds, different educational platforms. But in the end, we're united together. It's right in the actual title, in the United States of America. And the question becomes, how do we all stand united? And this is just one sample for those who are online, for those who are in the room, for those who will be joining throughout the day and throughout the week. We are here because we are trying to collaborate, to inspire, to have results that are positive in nature for every kid and every family, regardless of background, to be successful in this country and any ally that we go to. Does that make sense, everybody? All right. Let's go to the next chart. So we're going to skip ahead a little bit. We call it an audible. If y'all know what that is, we call it an audible. So I'm going ahead of the senior procurement executive for once. So you can tell her I stole a little bit of her thunder when she comes up. All right, let's go to the next one. So I started last year for the first time when we did one of these, and I opened with this, and I want to kind of give you guys an update, right? So we started, the charter was established in June of 2020. The first set of contracts were awarded in October of 20. And then, of course, we wanted to become a fully functional contracting shop, meaning having all of the collaborative efforts and teamwork offices established and arranged. Then we wanted to be around 100 personnel in March, which we have met all of those first 4 items. We want to be a fully compliant, mature office by the end of 25, which is next FY. Why is that date important? All right. As you guys heard the principal, deputy, assistant secretary, as he was up here, he talked about the fact that as an organization, we are obligated $1.3 billion, and that money is expected to grow over the next few years. And if we bring everything back that is being done elsewhere, right now, throughout ACF, the work is being done in various offices from Department of Interiors to DOD to GSA and a host of variety of other government partners. We bring all of that work back, we're over $10 billion in government contracts. And so we wanted to ensure that as we are standing and building this, we built a solid foundation, right? You didn't want a house of cards. We wanted a place that you all could depend on with great ethics, great quality, great communication, and beyond. And so that was one of the things we really wanted to drive during the building of the foundation portions of this. So by the end of FY25, we will be able to handle not just the assignment, but the proper communication, both with internal stakeholders as well as you all as external stakeholders. Let's go to the next chart. So as we became that more aligned contracting office, we've established a leadership team. All right? Myself, Ms. Baker, have hired on Ms. Kathy Jordan, who is in charge of plans and operations. Underneath that has strategic initiatives, risk management, along with strategic communication and our budget and finance. On the right side, the chief of staff has all of the administrative functions underneath her, as well as the IT and systems and management analyst folks. The 2 contracting centers, the director for that is Mr. Bill Kubal. And then, of course, for specialized contracting and procurement, that is Mr. John Conlon. I know Mr. Kubal is out with the deputy secretary. John, can you raise your hand? So John is in here. Mr. Kubal is out with the boss. And you all have already met Ms. Donna Griffith, in charge of policy and oversight. And then, of course, Nick Kalish, raise your hand, Nick, is in charge of my cost and pricing. He is the chief principal negotiator for us. And then Dr. Steve Evans. Doc. There you go. All right. And he's in charge of all T, that handles business analytics, all my data mining, contracting procurement systems, and all associated systems surrounding it. Next chart. These are the people, and I'm going through this so you guys know who to call and ask for stuff. All right? Because everybody says, I want to talk to Kenyatta. There's a lot of decisions made before things get to me, people. All right? Y'all come to me, and I haven't spoken to any of these people. I'm just going to look at y'all as strange. All right? So, up in the upper corner, you got the division chief or division director for ORR UCP, and UCP is the Unaccompanied Children's Program. You all will get a copy of these charts, and next to each one of these, you'll see a little envelope. It's hyperlinked with their email address. So guess what? Y'all just click, populate, and type. I can't make it no easier than that, people. All right? So when y'all sit here and say, I don't know how to find them, I'm going to say, where's that briefing? And you're going to say, but sir, where's that briefing? Right? I'm making it easy, thanks to Chris Walters, because he's the one who engineers all these. So then you go, I already talked about, so under primary we had Mr. Kubal. He's been serving in both seats. There is a gentleman who has been selected to replace Mr. Kubal, just waiting on final approvals through the security process. For construction and general services, for those who do construction, renovation, HVAC, Ms. Jubiline Bandi. Realty services falls under Mr. John Conlon. There is a young lady who will be coming on board to take on that section, and so we expect to have her on board here in the next 3 to 4 weeks. Then under R&K, Ms. Kiana Boone, who has just joined us. Ms. Boone? There we go. All right. And then, of course, for IT and general services, Mr. Vincent Grant, which is over here to my left. And then you see breakdowns under each one of them. And underneath there, you see which mission partners they support. That was done, again, to make your life easy. So you don't have to say, well, sir, who do I call on this massive org chart? All right? We made it a key to make this simple for you so you know which contracting leaders and which mission partners they support. Let's go to the next chart. So, when everybody says, Kenyatta, for government acquisitions, specifically GCS, what's the mission? Short and sweet. Create agile acquisition and contracting solutions. When you're sitting down on a mission that's extremely volatile, that moves, sometimes if it truly feels like it's moving at the speed of light, your contracting solutions can't take a year to 18 months to award. Just can't. And so we are now creating, which we'll talk about in a minute, a series of tools that will allow us to move a lot more rapidly. Then you say talking about the vision. All right? I kind of gave y'all that in the very opening statement. Advance humanity by providing world-class business advice and contracting services to promote the well-being of kids and families to deliver innovative solutions for our nation. Ultimately, every single person in our organization exists to ensure kids and families have what they need. That's the nice, simplistic way to say it. Not everything they want, but what they need. It's about balancing out what's important in life to be successful in this country. Does that make sense? Come on now, does it make sense? All right, y'all, if y'all falling asleep, then y'all gonna make me start doing anime up here. Come on, let's go to the next one. So, how does this all work? So as we start talking about the secretary, all of our vision comes from the top. Empower the workforce. That's why you saw that chart up there with all those beautiful faces that says who touches these documents before they get to me. Those are empowered decision makers. We are driving really hard to hire the most talented people to be able to interact with you all, make educated and informed decisions throughout the process. Not at the beginning, not at the end, but throughout. As a learning organization, we are always trying to become smarter about what it takes for you to run your lives, about what the nation's children and families need to run their lives, and what it takes to put those things on contract on a rapid basis. Acquisition excellence. What are the latest laws, rules, regulations, trends, policies? How do we become smarter and then make sure you all are informed of what those legal challenges, policy changes are, and how they affect how you might do business with us? Expand engagement. Events like today. And then we do them throughout the year, not just once a year. We get out and talk to industry and receive information from industry. We're taking one-on-ones or one-on-tens or however they tend to collaborate. Because sometimes I get on a phone call and there's 20 people from industry on that call. So I evened up the odds. I bring all my directors in too, right? And now we got a full 50-50 communication. Then you talk about inspire innovation, not just doing things the way they were always done. Just because something was done that way last year doesn't mean it's going to stay that way this year. And it's imperative that people understand, because I get industry partners and come in and they talk to me and they say, well, Kenyatta, the last 2 contracts were done this way. Yeah. And we want different results this time. If we did it the same way, we're probably going to get the same exact results we got the last time. Never make the assumption that the government was exactly happy or enthusiastic about the results it received the last time. We are all trying to do better than we did before. Make some sense? Let's go to the next chart. So then we start talking about the strategic goals of the headquarters. All right? Everything that we do must be nested within those goals. When you all are trying to figure out which of my mission partners you feel that you can support and that you can demonstrate that you can support, you should probably figure out which one of the priority goals that you fit in. Because that's a good way to communicate with them that you are understanding their challenges. Most of my program offices have created their top 5 challenges, and they've posted them on their websites or someplace throughout a public posting. And they're talking about not just their contracting challenges, but the things in which the mission that they are trying to improve, what they're trying to accomplish, and any roadblocks that may be slowing them down from reaching their goal. So you should probably do a little homework to know where those are. Let's go to the next chart. Specific ACF strategic priorities. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but I am going to hit a couple. Strengthen early childhood sector for families. If you don't understand by now that the best way to influence a child's outcome is their early education, then we have done something wrong. The reality is, in order to have a solid foundation to be exceptional, you must be properly educated. And the earlier we start with that education, it increases their odds of success. So we're not just talking about in bringing them in and just knowing their colors, because that's important. We're not talking about just bringing in and being able to count from 1 to 10. How many of you have like grandchildren, nieces and nephews, or very small children in your life right now? Ask yourself, keep them hands up with the next question. How many of them are doing math and reading at a faster rate than you or your actual children did when you all started? Get them up. Does it not seem like these kids are coming out smarter than we ever thought we would get? So if they're coming out more evolutionary prepared, then we've got to create an environment that builds upon that. And that is what we're trying to do. You start talking about building economic stability and mobility. We're talking about advancements in their technology, access to the internet. We start talking about different AI capabilities that learns when they learn and pushes their boundaries of education, information, job skills, creativity, becoming better writers. This is what we are charged with. You're talking about understanding the differences between different loan rates. You start talking about understanding the foundational principles of wealth and how to actually drive success in those areas. Pursuing operational excellence. We want to be a pillar of excellence and strength in communication about all of our various missions. Not just one, not just two, but all. You should be able to find information about all of my program shops, their needs, and it should be almost at the touch of a button. And our goal is to be operationally excellent, for you to never have to worry about having misinformation, or very rarely have misinformation driving you to an improper location or outcome. Let's go to the next chart. So when you start thinking about ACF in our primary mission areas, there's 21 program offices. And all 21 program offices fit in one of these buckets: human services, healthcare services, emergency response, housing shelter, IT acquisition, education programs, research and knowledge, and cultural preservation. Let's go to the next chart. Those 21 programs are all listed here. When you get those charts, those little green or teal acronyms, don't worry about knowing what they are. They're spelled out, but you also can click on them. They're hyperlinked. And it'll take you to that page, and you can get all the information about them that you would like to know. Remember we talked about trying to make it easier for you? We're making it easier for you. Let's go to the next chart. So I tell you all the time, I don't push numbers, but given the fact that we are a relatively newer organization, and I know a lot of people are trying to figure out where we are, I wanted to start including a couple of those in here when I go out. So when we start talking about appropriations, there's a old quote that says, "Follow the money and show me the money." I'm showing it to you. You want to know where we spend it? This is where we spend it. Make sense, everybody? Okay? Because when I sit down and I say to you all, I've got FY25, we're talking about almost $91 billion. And where it's going to be spent in ACF, 18, 14, 13%. Refugee, 11%. Affordable child care, 10%. It's a pretty hefty penny in those social services, right? Y'all are real quiet this morning. Are y'all following the money right now? Are you all in the right location right now? I mean, because if you're not in the right location, I can pause for y'all to tip out like you're in church with the one finger up. I just need to know. All right, let's go to the next chart. All right, so you've heard the Assistant Secretary lay out $1.3 billion last year. You heard me talk in the beginning of this that when all the work returns is slightly over $10 billion. You're talking about where we spent it. Support services, $794 million of that 1.3, that's where it was. Okay? Technology was $50 million, and that's expected to grow drastically over the next 3 years. Medical, you're talking about doctors, nurses, counselors, therapists. $2.1 million last year, anticipated to grow exponentially over the next 3 to 5 years. Normal operational items, those are your supplies, short, quick services, $300K. And then you start talking education, training, right around 7.1. And then property, that's equipment, supplies, materials, some leasing, right around 154K. That's growing as we continue to purchase property, purchase land, lease land. Over here, I'm not going to go down the right, but what I'm going to tell you is these are our obligations by offices, so you will understand where they are. And then our top 10 NAICS, and what you'll see is it correlates evenly with the obligations by product or service. Let's go to the next chart. So people ask me all the time, because of my past life, they say, "Kenyatta, have you given up support for small business?" Absolutely not. Okay? But as the HCA and senior acquisition professional in ACF, it is my job to ensure that not only we meet our small business goals, but we surpass them. But it is also my job to ensure fairness and equity amongst all offerers who compete for work here. Market research is our strongest foundational weapon to understand what the marketplace has for us, and you all in industry are a primary tool in helping me understand that market. I need, didn't say I want, didn't say I crave, I need for you all to respond to that market research. Small, large, educational institutions, doesn't matter. You cannot assume that anyone understands what you do if you aren't responding to us. I don't care if you're the largest of large corporations or if you're one of the most popular small companies. As people change seats and new people come into those seats, you must not assume that they know who you are. You must not assume that they know when you've added a new capability to your portfolio. So when we actually post out there and say we need you to respond, please do. Because that's how we'll know whether we should set something for small, whether it should be commercial, whether it should be under a particular NAICS code. We will learn those things from our communications with you. I heard the rumors, been doing this a long time, that if you respond to the RFIs, and that by then it's too late. I'm going to tell you that that's one of the largest myths known to man when it comes to acquisition. That is where you have a chance to influence the outcome before the solicitation RFP hits the street. Because we ask very key, candid questions. We're telling you with typically draft PWSs, draft information about the upcoming RFP or solicitation. And we want you to tell us what's available, what is in your space, what may be new that the government might not be tracking, any changes in innovation, any changes in services. Because if we know those things from you, you might just inform the final product that before it releases to street. Especially our evaluation criteria, which should be important to all of you, because it's how you are graded amongst what we are trying to go after. Y'all still with me? Yes. All right, let's go to the next chart. So, essential task. When everybody wants, so you've got the mission, you've got vision, you've got strategic goals, you've got strategic priorities. But now we start talking about what are my essential tasks. All those directors that I talked about a minute ago, these are their essential tasks as designated by me. Contract execution. That means we're going to award contracts on time for the right services, for the right product, at the right price. Increase competition. One of the things that all of y'all told me in that very first industry day back in November of 22 was, sir, a lot of things are sole sourced. You're sole sourcing in the 80 percentile of actions. It wasn't quite 80%, but it was pretty high. But that's what people were telling me. So we have now drastically increased competition, and now majority of our actions, in the 60 to 70% of our actions, are actually competed, not sole sourced. We are actually driving to make sure that the larger actions are competed more often versus sole sourcing. We're going to always have a need to sole source actions. I wish I could tell you no place in the government will sole source actions. That's unrealistic. Mission dictates the requirement. But our goal is to compete a lot more than we sole source. Small business use we just covered. Contract administration. What happens when we award a contract? Did we actually get from all of you what we put on contract that you promised to deliver? Did you deliver those services at the quality proposed? Did you deliver those goods and services on time to the locations proposed? And did you do it at the price you proposed? Or did we have slow price creep throughout the life of that contract? We're monitoring that, tracking that, and managing it. I'm going to repeat that. We're tracking it, monitoring it, and managing it. Y'all know what that means, right? That means we actually have people to stop it so we don't actually end up overpaying for what you already proposed to us in the first place. That also works in your favor because that prevents the government from tacking on things that you did not bid for. Because remember, we're honest brokers in the contracting shop. We don't work for the program office. Our job is to protect the interest of the government, to ensure that you all deliver goods and services for what you proposed and we accept it. No more, no less. Sounds fair? Okay. Subcontracting. Let's be real clear. When you all bid subcontractors and the government accepts those subcontracting plans, that becomes a material portion of your contract for you to meet those goals. Oh, y'all quiet on that part. It's not a prayer that we might meet them. Because a good faith effort is about you demonstrating that you actually had those contractors when you proposed. Because y'all all give me who they are. It's not just we hope to get these people. Here are some resumes that we might use. Because if those people are gone, but you gave me a person with 10 years experience, 5 certifications in key critical areas, and that person's gone by the time the award is made, you can't now give me a less person with less experience and less certifications and still charge me the same price that you was going to charge me before. That's what people like Nick are for, to help that not happen. It is our goal. I tell you all the time, I need your A students. Y'all know what I mean by your A students? Yes. Tell me. The best. When I got here, I'm being very frank. It's not my name, but I'm being very frank. Some of the people that were being put in on these contracts were not the A students, but you were charging me A prices. And because the office was overwhelmed, understaffed, some of those things didn't get as noticed as quickly as we would have liked. But we notice it now. And we notice it before we make the award. So that means if you propose an A-plus student at A-plus pricing, that's who shows up to work, an A-plus student for A-plus pricing. Make sense? Okay. I don't want to hear, I never heard this before, sir. All right. Let's go to strategic sourcing vehicles. We're going to cover that in a little bit more detail in a minute. All I'm going to tell you is we are trying to use every tool at our disposal to include creating some that HHS will be able to use along with the rest of ACF. Next chart. Right? Perfect segue. So ACF 360. That covers a vision of which Mr. Brendan Cortade, is Brendan in the room? Or is he still out back? He's outside checking people in. He is the director that is in charge of ACF 360. Working with all of my program offices as well as the strategic category management office that works for the SPI to work through what vehicles already exist in HHS that are category management versus the needs of my program offices against where we have struggled using outside category management vehicles so we can spend our time creating the right category management vehicles within ACF. And the reason that category management is so important is it helps us manage the spend of the department. ACF, regardless of what anyone tells you, is an APBI of Health and Human Services. And where those goals are and where they fit from the top is what we drive to. We do our part to make the big HHS umbrella successful. And so when we're sitting down saying we want to optimize spend, it's not just lip service. We're reducing waste, reducing redundancies, reducing the amount of fee and overhead that we pay, and managing through like and common services cost reductions wherever applicable. So you start talking about managing our ACF needs. I would expand that because, like I said, you're talking about what does the rest of HHS use that are similar to ours. Management of knowledge sharing. What is the rest of the department paying for the same services we're paying? So we're not paying an extremely high price in one spot, low price in another, if the services are common or extremely similar. Start talking about relief in budget constraints. Budget is not increasing across the department. So we have to be better with what our resources that are allocated to us are. I want to make sure that I'm making data-driven decisions, not emotional decisions. I joke a lot to say ACF is the organization of feelings. Because everything we do is about children, kids, families, teenagers, single parents, grandparents, education of children. So it's going to attract people who care. But I can't make decisions solely on how people feel. I have to make decisions when it involves money, budget, finance, based on data. And what those people who've been doing this work for 20, 30, 40 years can tell me that that data translates into. Does that make sense for all of you in the room? Because a lot of you say, how are you making these decisions? We've got a lot of people who are very brilliant in statistics and analytics and data, and we're bringing on even a few more to help us be able to drive and use the money wisely and create the right tools that are flexible, agile, that are responsive. And that takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of work. But once it's established, it works. Reduced administrative costs. Where can I manage and reduce inside burdens to ensure that the program money goes further? Where I don't need a GS-15, why have one? Where I don't have 15 checks and balances because I don't need them and I only need 5, only have 5. It's about understanding where in your organization needs the right levers pulled at the right time. Where can industry help me with that? Where can I be actually evaluated for efficiency? And my team knows, I tell them I want us to be effectively efficient. Effectively efficient. That means I'm not looking at necessarily reductions in cost at all times. I'm looking at where is the waste in my steps? Where's my transport time that's unnecessary? Those things are extremely important to get the end result at a quality level on time. And that same thing should apply in the contracting process. Improve vendor engagement. Throughout, that's not just for a GCS, that's for the program offices too. So some of you sent me emails prior to this event asking, sir, are you familiar with certain rules that allow for program offices to talk to industry? Yes, I was a program guy. But, team, there's thousands of you and like 10 of them. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But it's really important to understand that some of these program offices are very small and nimble. And when thousands of you are trying to get in and have one-on-one sessions with them, it's really not feasible, especially when some of y'all want 3 and 4 or 5 meetings each. You got to be respectable of each other's time and make sure that when you get 15 to 20 minutes, you hit a home run when you do. Next chart. So these are the 3 first out the gate for ACF 360. You'll hear it called in a TA for short technical assistance. And if you don't know what technical assistance is, it's basically all of the technical folks that sit in the program offices with the different expertise and specialized focus areas of all 21 program shops. So if it's OFA, Office of Family Administration, then it would be dealing with their programs. If it's UC or ORR, it would be TAs for their specialty. And the program shops are getting together and they're working through a joint PWS now to ensure that they have the right functional and program areas within it. Emergency response, primarily focused on OSEPR mission. However, there are lots of offices within HHS and even ACF that have to have emergency response items, personnel, as well as equipment. And so we're creating a vehicle moving towards that direction. And then, of course, conference and logistics support is something that we've been working on to ensure that we have a common level of support for various level of events. So whether it's White House engagement, congressional engagement, program level engagement, we want to make sure we have the right talent driving those focus areas. Next chart. How to do business with us? All of these things work. All right? Know your cage code, know your SIC code, understand how to identify requirements with us through sam.gov, as well as if it's a GSA vehicle, out on the GSA site of which that particular vehicle is listed. Understanding who your SBA PCR is if you're a small company. Understanding that within HHS we have a small business professional in Ms. Christine Haber, and she has a young man by the name of Demetrius Cottrell who's shadowing her as well, learning how the program works and is becoming very quickly, effectively efficient in that regard. And then, of course, make sure that you have registered your company. If you are new to working with the government, it is extremely important. I can't pay you if you aren't registered. I'm going to repeat that. I can't pay you if you aren't registered. Y'all wanting this for free? I'm just saying. Which leads me to another item before I go to the next chart. How many of you guys are doing work with Health and Human Services right now that I can see your hands in the building? So almost all of you. Not all of you, but almost all of you. How come it's so hard to get y'all to bill on time so I can pay you? I mean, seriously, y'all do know the government can't receive things for free. But so many of y'all make it so hard to pay y'all. I'm sorry, I need y'all to learn from my children. My children, if I ask them to do something on their chore list, they're adults now. So when they come home, they got to fall back in line. If you're going to eat my food, you still got to do all the stuff you did when you were living here. But then they want to hold out their hand and say, well, you told me I got to do everything and live here. I want to be compensated. Right? They make sure they get paid. Do you have employees? Oh, no, y'all must not have no people. Do y'all have employees? Yes. Do you all have infrastructure? Yes. G&A? Yes. Oh, so that would mean you want to pay those people and all those bills, right? Do you want to pay them on time? Yes. Do y'all want bad credit? Y'all want to pay them on time? Yes. So bill on time. If you bill on time and you struggle getting a payment on time after you have done all your paperwork, you've submitted everything you're supposed to submit with that bill, and it's not getting paid timely, you must seek out the contracting officer and the COR quickly. Because we really do monitor expenditure rates. All right? Some people have heard the term ULOs, unliquidated obligations. They're not our friend inside the federal government. Okay? We want that money expended on time. Okay? And that you all play a critical role in that. Next chart. All right. So when we start talking about myths, I told you about one where people say the government believes it can't speak to industry. That is not true. Our government people know they can speak to you. It's just overwhelming, okay? So have a plan. Tell them up front what you want to talk about, all right? If it is simply, I want to give a capabilities brief, but there's no target with it, when they're prioritizing those companies to get in, they're going after the ones who have specific needs, that are going after specific work in their office and helping them solve critical problems that might need to be solved quickly or rapidly. So they're prioritizing those meetings. So being able to say, this is the challenge that I'm helping you solve, here is the action that we're working through, helps you and the program office delineate whether an in-person meeting, a phone call, a Teams meeting, whichever is more appropriate. But I can tell you, they are meeting. In ACF, they are meeting with them because my folks attend those meetings and we track all those meetings. So they are meeting with them. You started talking about removing unnecessary barriers to communication. It's not just about the in-person meetings. Sometimes it's about getting things out to industry through online support faster, so you're not scrambling with 30 days to go on how to pull an RFP together to respond to something for us. Releasing draft RFPs and draft solicitations for both research as well as common services, equipment, and those things. So we did release this Mythbusters memo a year ago. Small things have been updated within it as we hear things and from you all to address them. So please, if you haven't seen it, it is online that you can download, take a look, and see what the actual ground truth is. Next chart. So we have actually done a lot better with making sure this isn't the only engagement for industry. One of the things that we have started doing is we have people that go out and work with the small business offices at their small business events. We participate with the other operating divisions in their events to make sure people can communicate with ACF, even if it's not an ACF-sponsored event. That way you can get updates on procurements as they are in progress. We went a step further, and every quarter, each of the contracting centers are actually updating what's briefed here every quarter, so you know where it's at in the process, if it's on schedule, if it's delayed, if it's going through a review, you all will know. And it's updated on sam.gov. No excuse not to know where something is. If we change it, if it was with DOI and now it's here, if it was with GSA and now it's here, we tell you. Because we don't want people going, I've been tracking that for 2 years and we didn't know it moved. We're not doing anything blind here. We're trying to make sure you know when the competition happens and increase it as much as we exponentially can. Start talking about the one-on-one meetings we covered in industry days. So we are targeting and creating actual industry days for specific kinds of requirements. So whether it's ICFs for ORR, whether it is emergency actions for OSEPR, if they have a site with a site visit that you all can physically see and touch, we are trying to coordinate more of those so you can make informed decisions on whether you want to bid those actions and what it takes to run them. Same thing when it comes to logistics, contracts, warehousing, and those things, if there is an existing warehouse. If there's not an existing warehouse and you are proposing one, the instructions for that will be included in the RFP or solicitation or draft instructions. Next chart. Okay. So this one, I'm going to just go through. You guys will get these charts like I told you. There are a couple of these two charts that will come in, this one and the next one. Just are a couple of rules from the NDAA that actually have changed that may affect how we do business and how you all do business. All right? So primes, that doesn't matter if you're a large business or a small business prime. If you're the prime contractor and it's not a small business set aside, all right? If you have a subcontractor and a subcontracting plan on your contract, if you have an issue, all right, says if the payment is under a small business subcontracting plan, is 30 days past due, you must cooperate and communicate with the CO. All right? It is important that you understand that that is something that is required. They have increased the service disabled veteran goal to 5%. Anybody know what it used to be? That's right. It used to be 3. It is now 5. So when everybody says, Kenyatta, why are you increasing SDVOSB set-asides and SDB set-asides? Because my goal went up. You all must know that. Track it, okay? Eliminate self-certification for SDVOSBs, prime and sub. There is now an official process to where the Small Business Administration and the Veterans Administration are going through and verifying people's status. That status, from my understanding, I'm not speaking for either, just what has been being reported back to me, has been actually going very well, and people are being verified very quickly. It's not a 2-year waiting period like the nightmares were in the past. Require DOD to consider past performance of small business affiliates. All right, the reason that's there is more for your information, not for mine. People come to me and they say to me, sir, do you know about this? It is there. It is something in the NDA for those of you who are working with DOD as well as HHS. Next chart. So when you start looking at the SDB goal, you heard me talk about the SDVOSB goal, and I said both that and the SDB goal went up. FY24, the goal went up to 13% for small disadvantaged businesses. All right, and it will go up to 15% in 25. And what that means is simple. Where market research demonstrates that I have 2 or more companies that are in that category, I got to start looking at whether that is the best route for the work. Okay? And we're comparing that with every single socioeconomic category and every goal that is placed upon the department. Okay? Next chart. So, I'm going to cover that first one, where we start talking about award of multiple award contracts. Right, we've got to engage the small business professionals, which we already do in ACF. They're locked in with us at the very beginning stages of the thought of the requirement, not just once a requirement is developed, because they're actually helping us. Christine and that team are helping us with market research, talking to all of you in industry, large companies and small. People say, well, why are the small business people talking to large? Because we need to know what their contact lists are. We need to know who are they typically using to subcontract to. That is a business arrangement. So if you don't know what the large business primes or the small businesses who are acting as primes when they are in charge, we need to know who your partners are. And the earlier we know that, the better and more appropriate the small business subcontracting goals will be in the actual requirement. Because we don't want to do unrealistic subcontracting goals. We want them realistic and achievable. Y'all like that phrase? Realistic and achievable? Because if they're realistic and achievable, that means there's a better chance of you actually following through and meeting them. Does that make sense? All right. Considering on-ramps, I would tell you it's on-ramps and off-ramps whenever necessary, especially for longer tier contracts. So if you're talking things that are 5 years and longer, we want to make sure there's ability to on-ramp companies as smalls grow up and become large, or if the department's goals change or needs change, or there's a shortage of a particular kind of labor category or requirement, we want to be able to on-ramp. If people are not actually actively bidding, we want to be able to off-ramp them, because it is extremely administratively burdensome to have a contract on with companies that aren't bidding. For every mod, every rule, every change that has to be done, it has to be changed in every contract on that multiple award. It is not free to just sit there and have a contracting asset for your company. We have to continue to administer that action. Cores have to watch it, track it. Okay? Then when you get down into number 2 there, award of orders under new and existing multiple awards, they have updated that rule to talk about the fact that it does apply to multiple award contracts. There's always kind of been that little skepticism there that has been confirmed. And so that means if there's 2 small businesses on that vehicle and those 2 can do that work, which they have been deemed capable to do that work when they got on the base vehicle, we've got to set it aside under that multiple award action. That's something that a lot of people are still learning. The only exception to that is FAR Part 16505 ordering, all right? And it lays out in 16505, all right, the order in which we can not have to set aside actions, sole source them, those kinds of things. And then, of course, any of those changes, we must have to provide that information, all right, to the MPT, of course, all the small business folks that are involved in that process. All right, next chart. Certifications of SDB OSBs, there is a process that has changed that, all right, and the 8A office within the Small Business Administration runs that process. Your small business professionals within HHS or any other government OBDIV does not actually state whether you are an 8A or not. That goes through the Small Business Administration. You can inform myself, any of the COs, or the small business professionals that you have a pending application, but if your application is delayed or on hold and you might be missing an opportunity, reach out to the SBA to let them know that you have a pending action that you are trying to apply for. They are the ones who will work with you. There's nothing we can do to affect that change. Next chart. Okay, this is just a chart to kind of let you know some of the panels that are coming up. We've got a Bridging the Gap discussion that talks about what we are doing within ACF to kind of lay out the differences and bridge the gap with education, making sure we're more consistent with how we apply laws, rules, regulations, interpretation of them. And then you're getting into the contracting officer's viewpoint, where you all can ask the contracting officers questions. Any information that you're wanting to know about how we apply rules, how you've seen things in the past, and where we're going, the contracting officers will be up here for you all to talk to. And then, of course, policy matters. My policy team will talk to you a little bit more in detail and in depth about certain policies, laws within the NDAA, or that are coming through the pipeline for change. I think that's it. Next chart. So, again, thank you all for coming for our opening day. I will be up here again to do some Q&A later in the week, along with the rest of my staff throughout. And, of course, when the program shops are up here briefing their requirements later today, as well as throughout the week, once they brief their requirements, feel free to come to the mics and ask them questions. It is meant to be interactive. It is meant for you all to be able to say, okay, well, I saw a chart on this particular procurement. Here you see it says this status. Is there any other updates? If there is something new in that space that you think the government might not know, don't hesitate to tell us, because that is how we learn, that is how we become more informed, and that is how we make adjustments and changes. So, again, thank you all for coming. Have an amazing week, and communicate, communicate, communicate.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley, for all of that useful information. Before we go on to the next speaker of the day, I did want to remind everyone, if you are online and you have questions, please remember to send your questions to acf-gcs-apbi@acf.hhs.gov. Just a friendly reminder so we don't miss anyone's questions as we move through the rest of the day. Okay. All right, that takes us to our next distinguished speaker for this morning, Ms. Katrina Brisbane. Ms. Brisbane is a career member of the Senior Executive Service and currently serves as the Department of Health and Human Services Deputy Assistant Secretary for Acquisitions and our Senior Procurement Executive. In this role, she advises HHS Senior Executive Leadership on matters related to the HHS acquisition enterprise while ensuring delivery of transparent, best value solutions across the $40 billion HHS acquisition portfolio. Previously, Ms. Brisbane served as the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Contracting and Procurement and Head of the Contracting Activity at the Transportation Security Administration, or TSA. There, she was responsible for oversight of contract operations and the strategic planning of TSA's $3.8 billion acquisition portfolio. Prior to TSA, Ms. Brisbane served as the Deputy Head of Contracting Activity for the Defense Information Systems Agency. Please assist me in welcoming Ms. Katrina Brisbane.
All right, good morning. Can everyone hear me okay? Oh, sounds like you can. I see some heads nodding out there. Let's see, maybe I'll move it out. Is that better? All right, awesome. Well, good morning, and I actually want to say a big thank you to the ACF staff, to Mr. Wesley and all of his staff for actually putting on this event today, but this week actually. And as you all know, these types of events, are not done in a vacuum. They actually take quite a bit of work and quite a bit of collaboration across multiple entities to make sure it's successful. So if you all could do me a big favor and give them all a round of applause. Thank you. And so when we get to that point in my presentation where you want to think about the fact that you don't get answers to RFIs, so I just want you to remember this moment, that it is because they're doing so many other things to ensure that they're getting information to industry, that they're taking care of their program partners, in addition to awarding contracts and checking out market research and issuing RFIs. And so, unfortunately, there's just not enough of us, what we call 1102s, or our contracting professionals in federal government, to get all those things done. So when I get to that point in my slide, I just want you to remember this moment, okay? All right. So I'll go ahead and jump in. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about illuminating the path forward. HHS has quite a few initiatives that are ongoing and that we've started here in the last couple of years. Some of them are just jump-starting, and I want to just cover with you a few things that you can look forward on the horizon, or either look into that actually is ongoing today that we may have just started and are trying to mature and actually build an infrastructure toward that. Thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit, and so for any of you who've heard me before, you typically see these at the beginning of my talks, and it's about the HHS mission. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the mission and our strategic plan, and I'm going to cover that just briefly because I'm sure you're going to get an opportunity to take a look at these slides, and all you'll have to do is remember what I said about them, and talk a little bit about just show you our organizational structure. And then our spend breakdown. So I'm going to give you a big picture spend breakdown across the department. And then a few slides on those areas where I mentioned about illuminating some of the things that we are doing to build a better infrastructure for future acquisitions at HHS. And then how do you engage us? And I'll foot stomp a few of the things that Mr. Wesley just said to you, and actually also foot stomp what I just said about the fact that our 1102s and our other support functions and contracting officers are doing many varying activities to ensure that we're covering down comprehensively in the acquisition system. All right, we can go on to the next slide, please. So as I said before, many of you have seen this. If you've heard me speak before, if you're paying attention at all to the HHS website, and the reason why I continue to do this is because I feel that continual discussion on it actually brings forth positive action. And so this is very important. The mission of HHS tells you a whole lot about where we're headed, what we're doing, and what our focuses are. This is a mission that is very noble. And in my opinion, my humble opinion, I'll say, it requires the best talent that America has to give it. It requires that best talent from industry, A-plus talent. It requires the same from academia, our academia partners, as well as our internal recruitment process for HHS. And the reason being is that this mission impacts each person in this room. It impacts our communities, it impacts our families, and that is not just on a random basis, but it impacts each of us, every American, from birth to expiration. So that means from the minute you take your first breath until the minute you take your last, every single day of your life. And I think that each of you would agree that you deserve the best of attention. So that's why I really believe that this requires the best talent that the nation can provide to support the American public. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the mission and the vision, really because, and our strategic goals, simply because it's there. There's one point that I want to make, and we can flip to the next slide, please, is that when you have worked with one HHS sub-agency, you have worked with one HHS sub-agency. It is very critical to understand what are the priorities and the strategic objectives of each one of the HHS, we call them divisions, to know where they're headed. And Mr. Wesley said a little bit of this to you, so I want to just kind of drill down a little bit on that point, is that each one of them, you'll find their strategic initiatives within these high-level goals for the department. But what you will learn if you drill down more into each one of their divisions is what are those specific pain points, and most importantly, how does your respective capability in your companies align with the goals and objectives of that respective agency? That is very important. One of the things Mr. Wesley said is that when you get an opportunity to speak with program managers and other government officials from HHS, it is very important to have done your homework and understand where it is that your capabilities can fit and also solve and help bring some long-term solutions and resolutions to pain points that the department may be experiencing. That is very critical, very important, because when I think of just in general, say, information technology companies, how many of them are there? And so who our program officials will prioritize is those that are what I call speaking our language. That is, those things that are highlighted in the respective divisions' strategic objectives, their priorities, the things that you see in the media that you see that they may be grappling with. Those are the ones that actually will get the attention. So in this time that we're working in, it is important to make sure that any encounters that you have with our agencies, make it count, right? Let's move on to the next slide, please. Right, this is just a snapshot of the agencies, and the reason why I include this is I often get questions about the varying aspects of the HHS agencies and where they're placed in the big picture of the entire framework under the Secretary. So this gives you a snapshot of where the agencies are placed. And with regards to contracting offices, important to know that under the Assistant Secretary for Administration, there is a head of contracting activity where there is a contract operations office. So those offices under the Secretary are supported by that office for any contract needs. That particular office also supports one of the operating divisions, and that is the Administration for Community Living, ACL as we call it. So they do their contracting as well as that of the others in the Office of the Secretary. Important to note, they might also do other contracting for some of the operating divisions, and I didn't cover that. For those of you that don't know, HHS divides its sub-agency components into operating divisions and staff divisions. The staff divisions you see here in orange, they are the ones that are directly under the Office of the Secretary. And then the operating divisions, they actually are the ones in blue, and they are what I like to call our frontline forces. And for those of you who are military types, I think of them as our MILDEPs. They are the people who are actually at the front line delivering, handing over one-to-one the mission to the American public. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of understanding of the structure of HHS and what these particular divisions do. Next slide, please. This slide provides a snapshot of each one of the HHS agencies and what it is that they buy as a priority. So each one of them, you'll notice that, for example, under ACF, and I'm looking on my slide here to find them. Goodness. Oh, see, they're not on the, I forget about the symbol there. So last year, their total value of contracts obligated in FY23 was $2.1 billion. And as you can see from this, professional services, information technology, and human capital were their top 3 areas of spend. It's not everything they spend, but those are the top 3 areas of spend. I heard Mr. Wesley mentioned earlier, follow the money. And so when you follow the dollars, you get an opportunity to see exactly where some of the focuses and objectives of the respective organizations are. And this was actually just recently updated, so it was after the cutoff of where our numbers actually are final in February. So it gives you a better snapshot of where we were at the end of FY23. Next slide, please. This next slide tells you from a departmental perspective what it is that we're spending our high dollars on. And so you'll see that professional services, which includes financial services, information technology services. And again, these are actually subject to coding from our acquisition workforce and how it's input into the federal procurement data system. But we find that professional services is actually, and sometimes information technology services are included in that, and varying other types of services such as public affairs services, media services, varying areas that we contract for across HHS. In the professional realm we will find there. And that is what is driving most of our larger proportion of spend. And next is the medical area, and that varies from equipment to some of the medical services that you will find in our labs, some of the other support services, and some of our smaller medical units across the U.S., as well as in the Indian Health Service as well. And then finally, information technology, and when we're looking at the top 3 spends for HHS. So I think what you'll find here is not different than multiple other federal departments, is that professional services and information technology typically are driving the spend. Medical is unique to specific agencies that actually have that type of infrastructure and mission set. But the information technology and professional services are what's driving our spend. But again, back to what I said earlier, very important to understand what is it that we're buying in those areas and where does your capabilities fit, because they are very broad categories, and important to know if you've got subject matter expertise in any specific area, that is a focus area for the department. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to jump into a couple slides that will talk about areas where we are actually illuminating our path forward. We've had several changes in personnel over the last couple of years, and we are really making great strides of pushing the acquisition system forward, ensuring that we're relevant, but also we're thinking about the future and ensuring that we have the talent that we need to ensure that we can advance the HHS acquisition system, but also making sure that we've got great partnerships with our program officials across the department, as well as our industry partners and our academia partners. So first thing, I won't go into a whole lot of detail on the OSDBU, the department level OSDBU, small disadvantaged business utilization. Mr. Jackson will be here tomorrow, and he will do more of a deep dive into his respective area and tell you a little more about what they're doing and why and what they need from you. But I'll just cover it from a very high level. The small business customer experience. How many of you have capabilities already input into the small business customer experience? Okay, that's a lot of you. but I would say that's probably only 50% of the people in the room. And I know that there's a lot online, so I'm hopeful that there are many more online. And I did forget to say hello to those that are online, and I'm really grateful that you all have made a great sacrifice to make sure that you're giving attention to this event today. I understand that we've got well over 800 registered for the event. That is phenomenal. So for those of you in the room as well as those online, I would say thank you. This is going to be a very good use of your time. So back to this slide. So the small business customer experience is designed to do a few things. One, it is providing the opportunities for small businesses to insert their capabilities into the small business customer experience. We utilize that for a couple of things. First, our acquisition workforce actually utilizes this portal where these capabilities are input to do market research. So when our acquisition workforce is looking for varying capabilities to determine, can small businesses do this work? This is one of the avenues that is actually utilized to be able to find small businesses that may have capabilities and experience doing specific types of work. Additionally, large businesses actually tap into small business customer experience to find resources of small businesses that are able to support them as a prime on some of the work that they're doing or the work that they're doing with HHS. One of the areas that we are actually digging into really heavily is our subcontracting, ensuring that we are requiring our large businesses to make, I would call it a little more than a good effort in ensuring that we've got small businesses actually participating as subcontractors where it's appropriate and where small businesses have demonstrated that they have capability. Over to the right side of this slide, you're going to see here new in FY24, and that is the Small Business Customer Experience Bid Board. That bid board was launched in April, which was last month, April 8th, and that bid board is designed to ensure that large businesses have a way of placing opportunities for small businesses where they need to find partners for subcontracting. Mr. Jackson and his team held a large business summit a couple months back to understand what are those pain points that large businesses are having such that they were not making and meeting some of our subcontracting goals. And so some of those pieces of information was shared. His team has been able to launch this particular portal on the small business customer experience. Excuse me. And so for those of you who are here, I noticed that there are large businesses that are also registered and attending. So please make sure that you're utilizing that if you're having difficulties finding and being able to secure small businesses to support you in your prime work. I'm going to move back over to the left side of that slide there where we talk about a forecasting system. So small business customer experience, or SBCX as we more commonly refer to it, is our formal forecasting system of HHS. A couple years ago, we had a couple different forecast systems across the department. We had our deputy secretary champion making this the formal forecasting system for HHS. And so now, by the end of August of every year, forecasts for the upcoming fiscal year must be input into this forecast system. And then by the end of March must be updated. Now, as you all know, anything that just got started, it takes a while to actually refine it. And so we are also refining the information that is included and ensuring that it is usable and that it is information that you are able to act on in determining whether or not specific opportunities are what you'd want to go after at HHS. So, but I will say this initiative has actually launched. We have almost tripled the number of forecasts that actually had been in the system before. Every year it continues to increase. And so I have to say that this is a great resource to understand what those upcoming opportunities are for HHS. So please, if you have not or you do not on a regular basis take a look at it, you want to make sure that that is one of a part of your business development framework. In the middle section here, you'll see the varying events that are held through our small business office. They are holding matchmaking events. They have also partnered with many of the HHS divisions to ensure that we are doing more and more industry days to ensure that our partners in industry have actual knowledge and are able to speak with our program officials on a regular basis. So please look out for where those industry days are, because just like this one today, there are multiples that have occurred and are occurring across the department. And this is a great opportunity to speak to contracting officials as well as program officials on the varying requirements. Again, you're going to hear a common theme: do your homework. Ensure that you've taken a look at some of these requirements and ensure that you're ready to talk about them and so that you can get substantive information out of these events. We can move on to the next slide. Next thing is one of the other areas that we are highlighting as our path forward is we've come up with our category management plan. We're a little late to the punch on it, but nevertheless, we are there. But we have a category management plan for HHS. And one of the things we did on last year, at the onset of this fiscal year, is to publish what are those mandatory use vehicles, contract vehicles for information technology services, for professional, information technology, not just services, but products and services, for professional services, as well as for office products. We're taking a look at other areas. We do have mandatory consideration vehicles for other areas such as medical services, and we are actually taking a look at other areas to see where we're going to bring in additional mandatory use vehicles. Now, the beautiful thing about this presentation is in my backup slides, what you're going to find is a list of those mandatory vehicles. We have not yet published those. And we've had it internal to HHS, but we have included these in the slides. So in the backup slides, you will find when you're provided them, there's a list of mandatory use vehicles that HHS workforce will have to consider, will have to target and utilize for the specific types of requirement for professional services, for information technology, and for office products. So that is the way we are identifying, in close knitting, I would call it, more of our purchasing strategies, trying to establish efficiencies and leveraging the buying power of HHS across all of its divisions. One of the areas that we have tried to promote across the divisions is a unity of effort. This year we published our first strategic plan that encapsulates all of the divisions and their priorities, as well as what our focus is for our acquisition system for the department. So this category management plan is actually a part of that. You're going to see a couple other things. Some of the small business initiatives are actually a part of that strategic plan as well. Next slide. Two other initiatives that you will see. One is actually already starting, and then the other you're going to see more about that in FY25. The first is our innovation lab. We have stood up a strategic acquisition innovation lab. We've got innovation advocates across the department that are actually going to be those individuals that are propelling innovation across HHS. And it's not just about how we will do procurements and how we will streamline procurements, but this particular initiative actually is more about our efficiencies, streamlining our operations, which I think each of you probably would have an interest in. In other words, how do we reduce our time to contract once we get requirements in? How do we manage our acquisition processes? And how do we also bring down some of the manual work? that we do that actually takes us a whole lot of time. So those are areas that we're looking for more efficiencies. But we're also looking at ways that we can also propel digitization across the department in our acquisition system. In addition to supply chain optimization, we are also looking at our supplier relationship management even more closely. So these are areas that we expect to see more readily done in this strategic innovation initiative that we are putting forward. Next is our industry liaison program. Going to see more of that in FY25. We will have someone onboarding soon. You will see that person likely in companion with the OSDBU on some of their events at the onset. But one of the things that we are actually really, really looking forward to being able to do as a staple is ensuring that we've got large business summits that we are going to be holding. And mainly we want to talk to them to ensure that we have good relationships on the contract end, but we also have good understanding when it comes to ensuring that we are creating opportunities for small businesses. So that is another area where we're going to be able to facilitate more collaboration with the industry partners across HHS. Additionally, I am definitely a proponent of reverse industry days, so I would like to see more of that across HHS. Probably one of the first things I will ask the person to do, because I really believe that whether it's large business or small business, our acquisition workforce does need to understand the behind the curtain, what actually goes into industry's decision to go after our requirements, and at what levels of individuals that they actually put forward to our requirements. And I'll go back to my initial statement. Noble mission, and it requires and demands the best of talent that America has to give it. That's both from industry, academia, as well as our internal process. And so I want our acquisition workforce to understand a little more about what drives the ability for us to get that best of talent. Right, we can move on to the next slide here. All right. As I begin to close, I want to just talk a little bit about what you can do. So Mr. Wesley kind of mentioned some of these things, and I want to foot stomp them. And something I mentioned earlier as I got started, important to build a strategic approach on how you're going to engage us. The federal acquisition system, as you likely know, how many of you found it easy? Anybody found it easy? All right, nobody, darn. I thought that would have been a recruitment tool for my office, because if you found it easy, I would definitely ask you to come work in my office. I do have some vacancies. So it is a complex system. And so random, by night type of activity to actually engage the federal acquisition system, the HHS acquisition system, will not yield success. Very important. All the things that you're going to hear here, the things I've mentioned, things you've already heard, is going to be sum up to the success that you'll experience engaging with us and building an even greater business base for those that already have business areas with HHS. A strategic approach is very important. We are no longer in the office every day. And so how we work now is very different. The ability to go into the office and have conversations with individuals who may be able to give some insight into upcoming requirements or pain points in certain requirements is not necessarily as readily available anymore as a random type. You've got to make appointments. And then you're a little bit at a disadvantage because these individuals are not necessarily in their office every day. And so you've got to hope that they'll see you. They have time to see you, or they'll make time when they're in the office to see you, and you've got to learn when they're going to be in the office. So it's a different work model that we are actually working to, actually across government, but HHS specifically, many of our folks are actually working in office just a couple days a week, and they're doing more teleworking, if not being 100% remote. And so from that perspective, it requires a different business development model. So in one of the organizations that I had this discussion with, I said, hashtag RFIs and sources sought is the new business development. And so I really believe that it is important that you really take another look at your business development. These kinds of events are critical now more than ever before, which is one of the reasons why our HCAs and our OSDBU is really digging in hard to ensure that we've got these kinds of events to be able to ensure industry can have one-on-ones and face-to-face, because we are living and working in a different model. So I want you to really think about what does that mean to your business development framework, and does it need to be adjusted so that you can be successful in our new, what we call future of work, but future of work is here, right? I mentioned already industry days, very important. If you can be here in person, that's always critical. Come well researched, already knowing mission, strategic focus, priorities of the respective agency who's holding the industry day, so that you're able to have some substantive conversations. And 3, opportunities present itself, make sure you can talk about how your organization's capabilities align with that particular agency's pain points is what I call them, but their pain points and their priorities. And then finally, I've spoken about requests for information and sources sought. So no more to say on there except for that's our new business development needs. All right? And finally, next slide, please. Finally, just as a highlight, across the 13 contracting organizations in HHS, we have done over the last year 73, actually FY23, 73,000 contract actions at almost $40.5 billion in FY23. We expect this trend to continue. There is actually adequate business for all businesses. We want to make sure that we are doing the right thing. We're aligning with laws and statutes and federal policies, but we want to make sure that small businesses are indeed able to be successful within our portfolio, and that we not only have large and small businesses, but we have a diverse portfolio that deserves what? Can anybody tell me? Nobody can tell me? I've said it twice. The best talent that America has to give it, right? Remember, this mission affects each of us every single day. And so when you come to HHS, we want the A talent. We want your best people that are going to bring a significant brain power to our mission. Thank you very much. Thank you to ACF and GCS for hosting this. And I'm looking forward to hearing about all the wonderful conversations and substantive activity that come out of it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
A very big thank you to Ms. Brisbane for sharing a more holistic view about acquisition at HHS and where we're heading in the future. Before we move on, I want to make sure that everyone caught that hashtag. Hashtag RFIs and sources sought are the new business development. So remember, as Mr. Wesley and Ms. Brisbane said, it is very important that you all respond to our RFIs and sources sought, that we can help make sure that our acquisitions are planned appropriately. We are going to take a short break now until 11:30. As I mentioned earlier, you are free to network here in the auditorium or out in the lobby. Again, the bathrooms are out this door to the left, both on this floor and upstairs. There is a cafeteria upstairs as well. And we'll resume here at 11:30, so about 16 minutes. Thank you. Our first mission partner for today is the Administration for Native Americans. ANA will be available in conference room F2 following their presentation if you guys would like to continue the conversation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kenneth Ekwole from the Administration for Native Americans.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dana. And also thank you for the break in between, because I was wondering if people were ever going to listen to me after sitting for such a very long time. So this break helps. So thank you. I appreciate that. I also know that we're probably going to be taking a long break immediately after this. So I'll make sure that I stay within the schedule. Again, my name is Kenneth Akwole. I'm a senior management analyst with the Administration for Native Americans. I'm also what we call in the contract business, the contracting officer's representative. We call them quota, which is why I am here today. My task here is not as difficult as those who have spoken before me, because I'm here to let you know a little bit about ANA. I don't know how many of you here have heard about our small office, but I'm here to tell you about a little bit about us, what we do, how we do them, and also why we need you to help us in doing what we do. So, as the first slide here indicates, the Administration for Native Americans is a very small office within the Administration for Children and Families. We cater for a very special population, again called the Native communities. And that Native communities include the Native, the Alaskan Native, the American Indians, Native Pacific Island organizations. And how do we do that? What do we do with them? As you know, the Native American communities have a very special relationship with the federal government. They will direct government-to-government relations. I wouldn't spend a lot of time explaining that, because I do believe that most of that's a different subject for a different day. But just to highlight the fact that this is a very special community that we deal with. And any contract that we have has to at least be very familiar and cognizant of that special relationship. So how do we do that? We fund programs that help the Native communities maintain or promote the goal of self-sufficiency and also cultural preservation. As I go through the slides, you will see the specific areas that we engage the Native communities and where the kind of funding that we provide. Next slide, please. So, what are our priorities? The earlier presenters did indicate exactly the kind of priorities and strategic goals both the Administration for both the Administration for Children and Families and HHS as an organization, the strategic goals. And if you reflect back to those goals that were highlighted much earlier, you will see that ANA priorities fits into some of those goals as well. Economic development and mobility. Again, starting from our mission, one of the things we focus on is helping the Native American communities meet the goal of self-sufficiency so as not to depend on government assistance. Early childhood development. Kenyatta said it very beautifully, children and families. So we do this through some of our ACF partners and even up to the Department of Education. So we concentrate much of this effort in terms of trying to help Native communities maintain those early childhood development programs by funding their own locally designed programs that fit into some of our grant requirements. And we also do liaison with our Head Start office, Early Head Start, and the Office of Child Care. As I mentioned, we oftentimes also collaborate with the Department of Education. Native language preservation. I cannot underscore or say enough about helping the native communities preserve their language and the culture. Then we do programs, fund programs that concentrate on historical trauma. I don't want to get into the details of the history of that, but in many cases what we do is to, again, fund some of the locally designed programs that deal with issues of that nature. Missing and murdered indigenous people, what we call MMIP. Again, that's another sensitive project, a program that we do through our Office of Trafficking in Persons. We have OTIP within the Administration for Children and Families, and we partner with them in those areas. Equity. Again, the earlier speaker did mention, as part of our strategic initiative at HHS and ACF, equity provisions, and that has gained a lot of grab within this administration. So we fund projects of that nature too. Next slide, please. So now let me get into, I believe, the subject area for which some of you probably are a lot more interested in and why you are here. And that's the contracting information. I'll be sharing a few more as we go through the slides. But just to note that while we have not actually concluded our FY 2024 contracting budget, but I just wanted to highlight the fact that last year, fiscal year, our contracting budget was a little over $7 million. Again, having heard about all the billions that ACF provide and also HHS, this might be just a little change. But we pride ourselves, at least at ANA, that we are a small office, but we do a lot of things. And one of us says that we are small but mighty. But this is why. Again, we serve a very special community. And we take that very seriously. And also we try to encourage our contractors to do the same. While the budget may not be very, very big relative to other offices, but we try to deliver on the mission of ANA by focusing in certain areas. So most of our contracts are also severable work. I don't want to lecture any one of you on what that means, because I do believe that any one of you who has been in contracting business knows that and what the implications are. We also spread our contracting activities. Kenyatta's office and the NIH, where we are today, helps us to manage and handle some of our requirements. When we want to put out new contracts, these are the two offices that we use in trying to get the information to the public and have them advise us, because they are contracting experts. And actually, I represent one of them here, which is the GCS. So we go through the ACF contracting, Government Contracting Services Office and the NIH Contracting Office as far as our contracting management apparatus. So most contracts that we award are basically the base year, and then we have the 4 optional years. So, again, 5-year contract, if everything, again, goes well. So some of you are aware of that, what the option years and option period means. We also, this year in particular, we expect to award at least 2 new, a new contract. 2 of our contracts for this year will be expiring, and we are hoping, and we are actually in the process of putting together a package that will help us recompete them. Next slide, please. So, award vehicles. How do we, again, get this to the public? We usually, okay, thank you. Usually go through the hub zone and the SBA 8A programs. But that is just, again, current preference, but that does not limit us to those 2. But those are the, based on past experiences, what we use. We also have about 6 contracts. Currently, we deal with 6 different organizations or contractors. And I will break them down in terms of how those the service requirement for those 6 contracts. Actually, 4 of them are what we call regional training and technical assistant contracts, and 2 are what we call on-site staff support contract. I will let you know what those differences are. So the next slide, please. So this is the contract. These are the contracts. And like I said, each one of them, except the last 2, where we had to do a bridge contract to get out through the option years. The first 4 contracts, as I mentioned, are regional contracts for our training and technical assistance services. That means we have what we call the eastern zone, then we have the western zone, and then we also have the Pacific Basin and the Alaska region. So each one of them, again, these are small contracts in terms of the earlier information that have been shared. But we have 6 months extension for the last 2 contracts, the IT logistics and the staff support contract. These are the 2, as I mentioned, that we call the on-site support, staff support contract. These contractors, the people in those 2, basically do most of what we do as federal employees. They help us with our panel reviews. They help us with our evaluations. They help us with managing and the contract awards after we do award them. I mean, the grant awards. So they basically help us manage the activities of ANA as mandated by our mission and legislation. But the other 4 called the regional contractors spread across the United States. What they do basically is to help prepare those communities, those seeking for ANA grants, helping them to shepherd through the grant the award requirement. What we call the pre-application trainings, and then they do also post-application training for those who are. And the good thing about that, even when those who apply for ANA grant, even if they do not succeed at that point, they will still work with them for subsequent grant applications. So they are steady hands in terms of helping tribal communities and organizations improve their grant award opportunities in the future. Next, please. So these are the contracts that I've just explained. If you look at the amounts, again, that is involved, while I keep emphasizing that these are small contracts, but at the same time, what they do for us is very much an integral part of who ANA is, because ANA, I would say about 52 to almost 60% of our entire staff are contractors. So we rely on them to be able to carry our mission. And so anyone who is aspiring or intending to have the ANA contract has to be sure that they are, and they eventually going to do most or help us do most of what the mandate of ANA is, and we hold them and ourselves accountable for delivering on those critical missions. Next slide, please. So, I alluded earlier in this discussion that we are looking forward to recompeting one of the contracts towards the end of the year, but we're already putting the package together. Hopefully, within the fourth quarter of this year, we will be making those announcements. And the idea and also the plan right now, as we are putting together the acquisition package, doing our market research, doing our sharpening our statement of work. We are hoping also that we will be able to award it on time enough to build enough time in between the incumbent and also the new contracting team to be able to have a very good transition time in between those awards. So, as I indicated, we are a very small office. We depend a lot on contracting services, and we are also looking forward to making a few changes based on the new requirement, and as Kenyatta alluded in his presentation, we are not beholden to status quo, and therefore we are refining our statement of work and hoping that there will be a lot more improvement on what we are doing now, as much as also cost savings. So I think that is my last slide, and I'll be here during and a little bit after lunch. If anybody has a specific question, that I'll be able to answer that. And again, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the the ACF office for putting this together. And if anyone has something, a question that I might be able to address while I'm here, I'll be in room F2 with the contracting officer. And also, most of the questions, I think, online are being captured. We will be able to address those and send them out after this conference. Again, I want to thank you for your time. I wish you a very happy and enjoyable lunch hour. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are at that time where it's time to take a break so you guys can get some nourishment so that you can make it through the rest of the day. It is lunchtime. We will take a break now, and then we'll resume at 1 o'clock. However, we do have some networking time built in from 1 to 1:30 so that you can network in this space as you did earlier. And we'll start right at 1:30, so not 1 o'clock that you see on the screen there. The only ask that I have is that when we come back after networking is over, if you could please respect our mission partners' time so that we can start on time and keep us moving through the process, that would be great. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'll be up here for a couple of minutes if there are any housekeeping items. Other than that, we'll see you after lunch.
We'll start right at 1:30. We start right at 1:30. Okay? All right. Good afternoon. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch today. You enjoy your lunch? Welcome to the Directors Panel. I'm Michael Harris. I'm the Director for Risk Contract Management and also your moderator for today's Directors Panel. The theme for today's panel is Bridging the Gap. You may ask, why did we create this theme? It's because we want to address the perceived misperception between communication, collaboration, and teamwork between contracting and our industry partners. But before we get started, I'd like to have my panel members to introduce themselves. I'll start with you, John.
Well, thank you, Mike. My name is John Conlon. It's very nice to be here. Thank you. My name is John Conlon. I'm the Director of Specialized Contracting and Procurements here at ACF, GCS. It's very nice to be here with you all. I've already had a lot of great conversations with the folks here, and I just want to say that it's wonderful to see industry engaged in ACF requirements, interested in talking to us. I'm looking forward to this panel very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Coolbaugh. I'm the Director of the Contracts Directorate. I've been with GCS since September of 2022. Relatively new to this role, but that has seemed to proliferate pretty quickly. I've met so many people who have been like, "Hi, Bill," and I have no idea how you know who I am, but well done, and I'm looking forward to the panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Kiana Boone. I'm the new Division Director for Research and Knowledge. I'm relatively new to ACF GCS. This is my third week here, but I'm not new to contracting, not new to working with industry. I've been a contracting officer and working Army acquisition programs for the last 22 years. So I look forward to this panel and getting to know a little bit more about the industry base.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Emily Graham. I'm the Division Director for ORR's Unaccompanied Children's Program. I am honored to have this opportunity to get to know more about our industry base, and feel free to ask any questions, no matter how big or small. You know, we're here to facilitate getting the information that you need. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Vincent Grant. I'm the IT and General Services Division Director, and like everyone else, I'm pretty new to the organization as well, but a year on the job, I think I probably past that point of saying new anymore. I look forward to the opportunity to have a productive exchange.
All right, thank you. We're about to get started. We received approximately 6 questions from our industry partners, but if time permitting, we do have microphones up, and we'll address any questions that you may have after we answer these questions. The first question: what is ACF looking for from industry when it issues a draft solicitation? Vinny, I think that's your question.
Yes, so for draft solicitation, one of the purposes of us posting that draft is to give industry a heads up, an alert, insight that this RFQs out there, and so you can start preparing, getting your resources together for responding. At that point, when we post those draft solicitations, it is probably about 95% compliant. We're just waiting to, go over the finish line with some, final reviews. And so we just wanted to give you sufficient time to respond, or at least start to provide a response in terms internal to your organization. So once we go official, then the time to turn it around is much shorter. Any feedback on that? Maybe we are not clear enough. We are looking for feedback on how we can do that better.
Also with draft solicitation, it's your opportunity also to make sure we're going down the right path. So be in communication with your contracting officer, because you help us shape on how we put our solicitations together and those requirements from our mission partner. Second question. If I can get.
Sir, can I foot stump that?
Go right
that
ahead, Kim.
please
Yes.
do not be afraid to submit your questions. I mean, the draft solicitation is an opportunity for us to continue to expand our engagement with industry. It's an opportunity for you to really review every section of that solicitation, making sure you understand what we're trying to get after, and making sure that whatever terminology that we're using, that means the same thing to industry. But please respond to it. I mean, we really use that as an opportunity to help refine the solicitation. So it's your opportunity to help shape what that final solicitation is going to look like. And some of you may be afraid to ask questions because you think we're going to disclose something that's so unique to you. You want to kind of keep it to yourself, but we're not going to do that. So just make sure that you submit those questions. We really want to hear from you.
I see an industry partner there has a question. Let me deal with these questions first, and I'll come back to you, okay? Okay. All right, thank you. Second question we have. ACF is expecting more requirements to be procured under non-commercial procedures. Why? John, I think that's a question for you.
Sure. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, so this is a great question because one of the things that you all will start noticing as we bring more and more requirements out for bid is you'll see that you may find some requirements showing up under non-commercial terms, certainly competitive, right? And that could be a shock to the system, right? So like, why would we do this? So I think it's important for me to share with you all that when we're sitting down with a program office, one of the things we try to remind ourselves as the contracting folks in the room is that we have to hear what the requirement is and then think about what the strategy is going to be, rather than let me tell you what the strategy is going to be and maybe you fit your requirement into it. It sounds simple to say it like that, but oftentimes if we're not disciplined when we think our way through it, we can end up driving bad outcomes, right? I mean, how many of us have been working with the program, managing a contract where a couple of years into it, we just admitted to ourselves, the way this contract is set up doesn't really fit with how this program runs, right? I mean, I'll raise my hand. I've been there, right? And it's inefficient, right? That's the thing. Inefficiencies come from poor alignment. The FAR is a big book. You can make it do all sorts of things. The question is not what can you make it do, but what's the right thing to make it do. And it starts, again, with looking at what is the nature of this requirement. Here at ACF, a lot of these programs are really unique to the government. There aren't really commercial buyers out there that have a need for some of these human services programs, right? Some of these procurements are driven purely because the government is responsible for some human services programs that are awarded to, nonprofits, state governments, local governments, tribal governments, other communities, right? And these are inherently, that's lowercase I, inherently, like non-commercial things. And so when you acknowledge that, you have to think, well, am I limiting myself when I'm just looking at Part 12 of the FAR, just looking at commercial solutions here? And I'm just sharing with you all, that's some of the thought process that we have. When we're sitting down with programs, we are going to be open to the possibility that, no, you know what, commercial acquisition isn't the right fit here. And what that means is a whole lot of things. For industry, I would guess that the question is, are you able to compete for that? What if we put a requirement out that's under cost reimbursement terms? Do you have an accounting system that can handle that? And again, I'll go back to what I kind of led off with. We have to have the requirement itself, the nature of the requirement, drive what our strategy is. We find some programs here truly have a risk profile that is not appropriate for fixed prices. When you, and we all know this, whether we want to admit it or not, when you slap a fixed price arrangement on something where the risk profile isn't right, it's going to be bad for one of the parties. It's not consistent with contracting that strives to have a win-win solution for the provider, the contractor, and the government. And so I think that's what's driving it. That's why we're getting here. And I would just say we're not trying to kind of over-engineer here, but we're really looking at the true risk profile of these programs. We're really looking at, what is the true nature? Is this truly commercial? And we're trying to look deeper than just a list of labor categories that might be on a vehicle somewhere, right? It's not about the labor categories. It's about the overall solution. I borrowed that from somebody in the room here. Somebody's talking before, but it's a great way to talk about it. So what is the overall solution? Is this a commercial solution that exists, and are there other non-government buyers? Okay, all right. If not, then we have to be open to really fitting a strategy that looks at the particular risks, the particular needs of these human services programs, and fits something best. Because if we do that as a team here, then we're creating long-term value. That's what we want here. We're providing reliable mission delivery for these programs year after year, and we're able to accommodate the particular challenges these program managers have as they try and deliver these services to the kids and families of this country. So that's where we're coming from, and thanks for the question.
Thanks, John. Next question. What is the benefit to industry requirements under non-commercial terms? John? I think you may have touched base on that briefly.
Yeah, I'd just say that I'll just be very brief because thank you all for listening. It all comes from alignment, right? I think we all know. We're here to be efficient, both of our teams. We're here to be efficient, and that comes from good alignment, and that comes from our shared, true understanding of the underlying risks and needs of a program. So when we're going down a path that brings us into non-commercial terms, that's because these programs need something beyond what we can get out of Part 12, right? That's the core. That's what's driving us, so that we fit that program need the best way in the most efficient way, because that delivers value long term.
We have one additional question about non-commercial. And John, since you seem like you're the SME on that, let me give it back to you again.
Okay.
How should vendors prepare for non-commercial contracts?
Yeah, that brings it practical, right? Business systems is a big one, because when we're talking about non-commercial, suddenly the spectrum of contract types that are out there, that are available, are much broader, and we could be in a position where we say, you know what, the right contract type, the contract type that fits the risk profile of this work is a cost reimbursement type. And companies that are out there that have maybe technical capability to do it but don't have the business capability, meaning they don't have their accounting system verified, they may be sitting it out. And we don't want that necessarily. So one of the reasons we're talking about this here is just to kind of let you into our thought process here. But I would say, how do you prepare? Well, I say in this space, what I'm learning is that a lot of companies that are willing to put in bids to do contracts for ACF are also companies that have done grant work. And if you're receiving a grant from the federal government, you probably have a system that complies with all the cost standards under 2 CFR 200. You're probably pretty close, right? And where Vinton was talking about draft RFPs, that's a tool we can put out to kind of sense where companies are. I would say also another way to prepare beyond like business systems is if you're new to the non-commercial space, I would say open up the FAR, look at the commercial terms and conditions clause, that's 52212-4, and you look at all those paragraphs. It's still a contract. There's still acceptance, payment, termination, delivery, all the things that make a contract go. They all exist in there. And then you can map them to the related section in the FAR that covers non-commercial and see where it's aligned. I bet a lot of this stuff, it's no different. Tell me how I'm supposed to submit my invoice, government, or my voucher. Okay, this system, great. And there might be some points where it's a challenge for your company as it's set up. Okay, and that kind of narrows it from a big whole list of things that might be a problem to just particular things. And think about what can we do, what flexibility do we have, and I would just encourage you all to think about it in that way because, again, driver is good alignment with ACF program needs because that's what's going to drive value long term and make it an efficient process for both of us.
Thanks, John. I heard this question during the break today, so it's a good opportunity. RFIs, request for information. Sources sought. What, why, and how different? How does it fit into timelines?
Okay. So earlier this morning, Ms. Brisbane came up with her hashtag. The hashtag was, business development is now responding to RFIs and sources sought. So an RFI typically is a market research tool that is utilized when the government is first thinking about a particular procurement or a requirement. We are trying to finalize the requirement. We're trying to understand the market conditions. We're trying to understand what potential barriers there are to entry for small businesses. So it's really, really incumbent upon each and every one of you out there to respond to the RFIs. And the next type of announcement is a sources sought notice. So while we appreciate all of our large businesses submitting in response to sources sought notices, the true intent of a sources sought notice is to really identify if small businesses are able to perform goods and services, are able to provide the goods and the services that we need to ensure that our nation's most vulnerable populations are taken care of, since we work for the administration of children and families. So what I would say to large businesses out there is that if you can partner or mentor some of these small businesses, help them to get more of the market share in regard to sharing best practices with them. I know you're not going to necessarily hand them your secret sauce, whatnot, but really take a deep effort to ensure that you're building, a strong small business community, because small business is what drives our nation's economy. So, in a nutshell, respond to RFIs, respond to sources sought, help the small businesses when you can, the large businesses, and small businesses, please make your presence known to large businesses. Take the opportunity to network when you have the opportunity to do so, because as we're all here to ensure that our nation's children and families are taken care of, the synergy that we can build together would be great. So thank you.
Thank you. One last question I had to do from last year is the ACF forecast. This is last year we had very few populated. What have we done over the last year to provide more and better information to our industry partners?
So GCS is 4 years old, so extraordinarily new organization. And when I got here in 2022, I don't think there was a forecast at all. And so what we've done over the last 2 years is try to continually expand and update industry on where we're at with our upcoming requirements. Full transparency, that can be a challenge. Some of our mission partners aren't used to creating forecasts, right? And we're trying to help them get there and see the value in giving industry a heads up on where things are going to land and what direction they're going in. But one of the things that John and I are going to be working on is making sure that we continuously expand the list of requirements that are out there, right? I think right now, swag, I'd probably say we're hitting on maybe 40, 50% of the things that I know exist, but I just can't tell you guys with a lot of certainty on when I'm going to be able to give you reasonable intelligence on when to take action. If you all don't know where to go, this ACT forecast is on SAM.gov. All you got to do is go in the search bar and type ACF acquisition forecast, and it'll pop up. But what I want to know from you guys is what information in there, or what would you like to see in there? I think right now we talk about project titles. There's a range of values. We talk about when we think the solicitation is going to hit on the street, when we think we're going to make an award. We give you POCs. But if there's other information in there that you think would be important, let me know and let John know so that we can go out and find that for you, because it is a way that I'd like to be able to continuously communicate with y'all so you have visibility to what actions we're putting out on the street. I talked with a few folks earlier this morning, and one of the things that kept resonating was just transparency. And I feel that. I need to be transparent with you, and I want you to be transparent with me. I understand that you guys are here, in large part to make money for your businesses, but we're also here, we have a mission too. And that's the ACF mission, and we want to be able to make sure that you guys are seeing as much of it as we can provide. And I've also had moments of conversations today where I can't share certain things with you at certain times, but just be respectful of that, and we'll do the same in terms of being able to make sure we give you the data that will help you drive some of your business decisions. So you don't have to volunteer right now, but please, if you want to take a minute to seek me out afterwards, let me know what we're missing and what you'd like to see so we can help you out as best we can. All right? Thanks.
It looked like we still have some additional time. I think there was a question out here from the audience.
Thank you. I fully understand that this question, the answer may be it depends, but I wanted to circle back to that first question about draft RFPs. Is there a standard you try to adhere to as far as timelines from draft RFP to final RFP release? And then as a follow-up to that, how about from final RFP to due date? Does it 30-day turn, 15-day turn? Does it depend on the size and complexity of the bid? I don't know if anyone can expand on those thoughts.
I can start, and I can pass it on to the other panel members. So for the draft solicitations that we put out, typically it is probably time sensitive. And so a lot of times we're trying to get ahead of the process by giving you, the vendors, an opportunity to see the draft RFQ and prepare to respond in a shorter period than we would normally have it out there. So, again, I don't think there's a set time frame. It all depends. It depends on the complexity. There are some that may still stay on the street a lot longer than usual, but then there are others that, because of the time crunch, we may need to make that a lot shorter.
I'd like to add that typically non-commercial solicitations tend to be on the street for a longer period of time. So don't necessarily be taken aback when you see that. And it's typically because what we're asking for in a proposal utilizing non-commercial practices is to ensure that there is a lot more detail that the government's able to collect, digest, and make an award decision about. So typically the due date would be a longer period of time, and maybe the selection process may take a longer period of time as well. Thank you.
We have a question over here. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. For the ones that don't know me, my name is Indy Vega. I am the president of CCI Group. We provide linguistic services in over 350 languages, and I really appreciate the panel today. Ms. Graham, you mentioned earlier that as a small business, it's a good idea to let yourself be known with other large companies. When opportunities come out and we decide to partner up with larger prime, and as a small business, you're responding as a prime, but you find a larger company that's backing you up, right, that has that experience with HHS, that can support that opportunity. Why is it that the past performance of that prime is not allowed? Taking into account that sometimes at the source stage, the past performance that is required is, for example, 25 million in 1 year for past performance of a small business. That's outrageous. So I just want to know, why is it that the past performance of the prime, of the larger subcontractor, is not allowed in those cases? Thank you.
Got it. So to answer your question, ma'am, it really depends on the requirement itself. If the requirement itself lends itself to maybe having a larger dollar value, we would expect that that prime contractor would be able to handle such a large contract. Taking into consideration, you may necessarily prime with a large sub. The prime contractor, in this case the small business, is still ultimately responsible for the output from that contract. So if you think of it in that lens, it might make it a little bit more palatable. And then as it pertains to having the opportunity to utilize the past performance of a sub in that type of relationship, there is no hard and fast rule that states you cannot utilize the past performance of a subcontractor. So if you run into an instance in which you may see a solicitation that prohibits that, bring it to the attention of the contracting officer, and they may not be able to give you the meat and potatoes as to why they made that decision, but they should be able to explain it in a manner that makes both parties feel comfortable.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I think I have one. Let me talk to this young lady right here. You have a question?
Yes. My name is Barbara Gray, Gray Matters Technology Services. When technology becomes black and white, gray matters. I wanted to just make a point, if I could, and we're bridging this gap. I'm really pleased to see that GCS is doing contract closeouts. And one of the things that I wanted to bring to bear is that, when we're doing CPARs, I think what's relatively important to small businesses as we bridge the gap of becoming large businesses is that our CPARs are evaluated effectively by those in which we are working with. A lot of times when we're doing contract closeouts or contract closeouts are being done, they're being done by the COs that are rushed. They're overwhelmed already, and they're just trying to get the evaluations done. But we have no interactions with those COs. So I would ask that we just kind of consider that, moving forward as part of contract closeout, that we're actually working with the people or the people evaluating us that we're working with. That's my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Patrick, did we have a question from someone online?
Yes. So the comment online in question is, does GCS, you guys up there, commit to update your forecast with every one of these actions that are being discussed this week so we can follow them along and see how they progress?
Yeah, I left my mic off on purpose for that one. No, that's a fair request, right? Like, if I have visibility to it, I want you to have visibility to it. And so I just feel that just give us a little time. We are quarterly updating this acquisition forecast. And like I said, if you want more information in that update, let me know. But the goal is to be able to expand it to everything that we're able to share with you guys when it's time to issue a solicitation or make an award. So I like the fact that someone went out and asked me to get on record and sign up for that, but that's how things get done sometimes, so I appreciate that. Ben, I think you want to add something to add?
Yes, so I know that we are in the process of updating the forecast. In fact, I know I put together some data for that, so if it's not yet publicized, it should be publicized this week.
We have time for one last question. Sir?
How about a two-part question? Hi, my name is David Whitt. I'm with LAS Solutions. Thank you so much for coming out today. We really appreciate it. Two-part thing. First of all, as a woman-owned small business, we're very interested in you getting those woman-owned small business goals up. So looking forward to that. Also, look at that, fans in the crowd. Secondly, I saw in the foreign aid supplemental bill that became an act the president signed off on last month, there was a significant amount of funding for ACF to hopefully help you accomplish your missions. But from my experience in government work, there's always that fallout money challenge at the end of the year. So if you could help us understand how industry can best be prepared to assist in making sure you get all that authority obligated at the right time, we'd like to be prepared. Thank you.
So thank you for that question. So here's what we're talking about with our mission partners, the programs in ACF. We tell them, please let us know what your wish list is, so that we can begin planning and working those acquisitions in the event that you receive fallout funds. So it ties into our conversation and what we've been talking about our forecast. So that's part of our forecasting discussions. And some of the program offices have better awareness of what they'd like to acquire if they got the funds. And as we get that information, we've got it piped so that we can push it out and put it on our forecast and let everybody know what's out there. We do not want to be in a position where we have to tell a program office, no, we can't get this for you because even though you have the money now, we just haven't been prepared. So we're working as much as we can to be prepared to move. Anything anybody else like that?
So if what John is trying to describe to you all is the process internally to ACF, all right? So what you'll start to see is a similar practice to what we did during the what do we call it? We couldn't hire new starts. Help me. My mind went blank. Continuing resolution. Thank you. So when we were on our continuing resolution, we put actions out subject to availability of funds because we didn't know how long the CR was going to last, but we knew if it went until July and we were told to execute that money, we needed to be prepared, right? So it's the same thing with fallout money. We can do some things as long as the program offices have valid packages, valid requirements, it meets the bona fide need rule, we can go ahead and we can get those things advertised and start to prepare. But that is only if the requiring activities know how they're going to spend that fallout money should they get it, all right? So when we know, we'll be definitely adding it to the forecast and letting you know what's coming. You'll see the subject to availability of funds. What that means to you is you are bidding at risk, right? Because it costs you all money to do this. We are not naive to that. But we also have to be very much aware that if me putting out an action for several $1 million with 15 days to go in September, that's not fair to you either, all right? And so we're kind of in a place where we try to figure out the best way to give you a chance to bid and prepare, but not necessarily waste your time at the same time. Hopefully that makes sense.
I was notified we have some additional time. This is important to GCS because contracting guys know this is a team sport. So if anyone have any additional comments, please come up. We'd like to address your comments or questions that you may have. Please don't be bashful. This is your opportunity. Go right ahead.
I have a lot of questions, sorry.
All right.
Okay, so after the sources sought is issued, we respond and, everybody's happy. Then there's this weird limbo between the sources sought and the RFQ, right? Are we allowed to engage with you guys in that space? Are we allowed to come up and say, hey, we saw something at the sources sought stage that we think is a concern? Are we allowed to have that conversation before the RFQ is issued?
Yes. That's an easy one. Keep those coming.
So that's an easy one to answer, yeah, but there is nuance here, right? So certainly, like before the RFP, Q, et cetera, goes out, the types of conversations that we can have with an interested party are pretty broad. Once the solicitation of whatever kind is out, then our conversation has to be more limited. And I think we all know that part. But as you note, ma'am, there is a point where, hey, please submit your response to this sources sought by this date, and then it kind of goes quiet, and then you see a solicitation, right? What's happening on our side is we're analyzing data, making decisions, finalizing our acquisition strategy, sometimes obtaining, the right, management approvals for it. And so I just bring this out to say at a certain point we have to move on from the collection of data onto the next stage, which is analyzing it, making a decision, executing the plan because we have to award a contract by a certain date. So, but that's not your problem. You see something, you can just email us, and we'll be as upfront and direct as we can about what's going on and what we can do with the info. And you might have some really good info that we need to consider. So I would say just opening up the door just to show you what's going on our side.
Yeah, so we only know what we know, right? So when we issue an RFI, we think we know the direction or the questions or the PWS that we want you guys to respond from or to. So when we get responses, sometimes they're not the responses we expected. And so we have to go back. Yeah, we'll still analyze it, but sometimes that creates a little bit of do loop on our side while we consider new information that we didn't necessarily have before. And that's something that, we should be in communicating to you guys clearly. And there have been instances where but I won't name specific procurements, but we've gone out, we've done our market research, we thought we did it right, and we didn't land it right. And so we're in situations where, we've got active contracts where maybe we're not getting the service that we thought we want. And a lot of that is owned by us, right? We got a PWS, we didn't ask the right questions, we didn't think about what certain things would mean when we got to performance and delivery on the contract. And take it from me, it's a lot harder to undo that mistake than it is to, make corrections up front. Because once we make the award, it's really challenging. And that's where this whole transparency piece needs to come into play, where we'll make fewer mistakes as a collaborative unit, industry and GCS and ACF, if we're sharing everything that we can with each other. But, Keanu brings up a great point, and, I don't know if you can tell on my face or my posture, but those things really do cause me great, concern. It's knowing that, we thought we did the right thing, we thought we ran the right play, and we didn't. And those are the situations that we want to avoid because it really, puts kids in a tricky situation especially, but then also making sure that we're learning from those mistakes and making sure that we don't recreate those things. But there are lessons to be learned, and that's kind of where, I'm trying to create a dialogue with you all to help me see GCS's blind spots, and we'll do the same with you.
Sir?
Thanks very much. I'm Jay Harper with DRC. Really appreciated Mr. Wesley's remarks this morning on openness to meet with industry and that engagement. I was with government for 17 years. That doesn't happen everywhere. So we really appreciate that on behalf of the private sector. But my question is, when HHS outsources its procurement for certain statutory requirements, mission goals, things like that, to other federal agencies, there's confusion and disconnects with those other federal agencies about where we should be directing our inquiries and our questions to make sure that the end user gets the services that they need, that the children are getting the support that they need in this case. So I guess my question is, how do we navigate that dynamic when HHS, say, goes to Department of Interior to handle one of its procurements? How does private industry engage? Do we engage with that agency? Do we engage with you all? How do we best navigate that?
I'm putting that grenade in my CEO's lap. Yeah, y'all ain't getting them in trouble. No, it's a good question. So it typically handles two ways, and this is regardless of where you go for an ACF action. I'm answering on behalf of ACF because that's my landscape. If an action is ACF, you start with the program office, right? Send them notes and ask them a question about which office it is that's procuring it. It should be clear because if it's in GCS, it'll be in our actual update and forecast. If it's not with GCS, it'll be in Department of Interior or whoever, right? When it's a Department of Interior action, because I think that's the example you used, you would contact the program office as well as the Department of Interior contracting office. Those are the two who would make any comments and or concerns or adjustments to RFPs, RFIs, solicitations, and so forth. GCS will have no say in how they operate their actions. They are under that purview. When that action transitions back to us at the end of that contract or at a scheduled time, then we would then take control over the competition for the replacement, because I don't take on other organizations' written contracts. I know that that is an option, but I have to live with the terms and conditions and circumstances behind those actions. And if we didn't write those, I'm not quite comfortable with that. And so we would then either do our competition or transfer however we deem appropriate. Does that answer your question?
It does. So to use, without getting into specifics,
that's okay.
Are we to assume that Department of Interior wrote the requirements for what is statutorily an HHS mission?
So no, the program office wrote the requirement, and
The
they would
HHS program.
that in ACF,
Okay, yeah.
right? So let's just say it was ORR, because I think that's where you're going. It's okay. They are part of my
Since you
family.
brought it up.
That's all right. Yes, they are part of my family, and so ORR writes the requirement.
Right.
Department of Interior would do just like GCS would, and they would analyze that requirement, making sure that it is contract friendly, because you have to be able to have the right terms and conditions.
Sure.
But the requirement is written by ORR in this particular case.
Great. Thank you.
No problem.
Good. Love the questions. Ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Hayes with the Cloudburst Group. We are a women-owned small business working to strengthen government programs with a long history of prime past performance, especially as a prime contractor working on issues of homelessness and new arrivals. I have a two-part question, and those that know me know I am a small business advocate. I'm struggled to see the business rationale why ACF's women-owned small business goal and or other socioeconomic goals are far below the HHS average and far below the federal government average. You're looking at a 0.5% to a 5%. What's the business case behind that? And my second question is, at my firm, we've responded to 6 RFIs or sources sought just in the last 6 months. We cannot track what is happening to these procurements. We spend our time and resources. We are qualified to do this work. We do not see updates on the forecast as to what happens. Are they being competed under other vehicles? Are they being canceled? What's happening to them? The only way I am able to find whatever happens to them is seeing an award on FPDS. So from a sources sought perspective to an award perspective, knowing from the industry perspective what's happening with any opportunity, the information is not readily available to us that may have limited resources to go after opportunities. So when you receive a sources sought or an RFI, are you applying the rule of 3? Are you looking to see, are there 3 qualified small businesses and therefore I can compete this? Rule of 2. Therefore, I can compete this with the small businesses because I know I've responded to sources sought with other small businesses and the contract has been awarded to a large business. So 2 big questions because I'm a small business advocate.
They can only answer one part. So I'm going to answer the first part, and then because they wouldn't know the first part, all right? Because you asked a hierarchical business case question. They don't do that, okay? So I need to answer that so you can say, well, I get my questions answered when I come to these events. The second half, they have to answer about how they set something aside. Now, when it comes to the business case analysis for how to set goals, that is actually coordinated in 3 phases, okay? ACF does not set its own goals. They are set above us, and they are set coordinated with in conjunction with the Small Business Administration and HHS headquarters, all right? Our goals are assigned to us. We get to make a case for what contracts are coming down the pike, how many of those are actually been set aside before, what of those actions are going to be adjusted as far as our modifications, renewals, all of those things. How many are new recompetes, and has that market research been done already so we know whether it's going full and open or not? And then if they are set aside, meaning the remainder are set aside, that is also rolled in. But it is a complete calculation on upcoming work, forecasted work for each year. It is not just a willy-nilly random goal. And for, just as a sidebar, to If you look at go online and see the actuals, you will see that each year ACF has gotten better and higher with all its goals, and we have crushed and destroyed the woman-owned small business goal. It's actually our highest performing goal in almost double digits. So we do very well in that category. We are striving to get better in all of them, but it is not like ACF gets to assign its own goal. The Small Business Administration does that, and there is definitely a series of business cases run before those goals are set. All right? So now, that's all I can help y'all with. Y'all got to go with it. Y'all got to answer the rest.
So in terms of responding to RFIs, when we do get that data back, the responses, we provide them to the program offices. The program offices review them and make determination on capabilities. In most cases, when there are a number of small businesses that range across, the different socioeconomic groups, we automatically determine that it needs to go small business. And to the best of my knowledge, we don't take a requirement that can go to a small business and award it to large businesses. So I'll pass it on because there are different areas and maybe they handle things a little differently.
I'd like to foot stomp that when you are responding to the RFIs or the sources notices, that you really, I'm not specifically saying that your company doesn't do this, but you really take the time to fully understand the program in which you are submitting a sources sought response notice, a sources sought response to. Many times we get just generic capability statements that do not strengthen any one socioeconomic business's position as it pertains to if we're able to set the work aside for a small business or not. So what I am going to have in my division is that we are going to ensure that we have very pointed questions that are included in our sources sought notices and our RFIs to make sure that industry has the best chances of, providing a capability statement that will lend itself to being able to strengthen the position of why we set a particular requirement aside. And our small business specialist for ACF, Ms. Christine Haber, she is a champion for small businesses, and she never lets us just willy-nilly set something aside not necessarily set something aside, but utilize a procurement strategy that would only include large businesses. We've tried very hard not to do that at all.
So I just want to say one other thing. Your lack of visibility to the actions is unacceptable. And so that's on both of us, right? So you should be asking us, and don't give up. If you're not getting an answer, just keep going up, because eventually someone will answer you. And if a CEO doesn't, contact me or John, because that's not okay. But the second piece is we do need to be better about proactively showing you where we're at in the process. So I will admit that, but I just want to make sure that you know that it's okay to contact us, because that's not okay, all right?
Thank you all. We appreciate it. And we know that ACF is trying to do a lot of great work to help children and families, and having small businesses as your partners is critical to this mission. So thank you.
Thank you for that question. Lady to the right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you also for this opportunity to come here. My name is Susan Shorters. I'm CEO of High Impact Partners, or HIP, and we are a woman-owned small business, recent graduate of the 8A program, and we do staffing and training as well as logistics for conferences and meetings and grant support. So my question is really about past performance, whether as a prime or sub, and asking how critical is the past performance specifically with HHS or ACF to your determination of awarding the contract. I've often heard, we don't have business with HHS or ACF at the current time, mostly Department of the Treasury and Department of Labor. And I've often heard that HHS, ACF often looks for primes and subs, and particularly primes that have had past performance specifically with HHS and or ACF. So I just wanted to know, how critical that specific past performance is. Thank you so much.
So it's critical, and for two reasons. One is it's going to be evaluated in most cases when we're trying to make an award, right? And I don't know if that's me or what's going on, but the second piece of that is, and some of our incumbents might know this, but we can't even exercise an option unless you have satisfactory period of performance. So ensuring that you're trending positively and that you're being well aware of what you're required to do and not doing, I'm not going to say don't do more than what you're supposed to do, but make sure that you're following what the PWS is telling you to do. Because I've seen a lot of folks say, I should be excellent because I did all these extra things. I'm like, well, that wasn't part of your requirement. And that's great, but it's not going to be able to justify, a certain rating. And the same thing goes with, on the other side of it, if you're not performing, and there are instances where we have to hold people accountable, and it's challenging to successfully compete for an award when you don't have a satisfactory or better CPARs.
And real quickly, just to clarify, past performance absolutely is important. I totally agree, but I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing from you whether past performance specifically with HHS or ACF was a prerequisite in order to, have strong consideration to be awarded a contract.
In my view, no, but it has to be recent and relevant, right? So that would be the key that I would look for, is that your performance is specific, or recent and relevant, not necessarily ACF-centric, but I don't know if anybody else wants to build on that answer.
Yeah, I think, so thank you for that question, ma'am. I think today, so far, that's maybe the third or fourth time I've heard that question asked, right? So many people in this room are wondering the same thing. I take that, first of all, just so you know, I take that as a great sign, because there's folks here who don't normally do business with ACF that are interested in our requirements, and thank you for coming, despite what you may think is on the street, and So let me just tell you, right, as Bill said, recency, relevancy matters when we evaluate a company's past performance, when we're looking at a quote or a proposal. But the award decision is an overall assessment of the value of that proposal, and the risk of that proposal feeds into that value. I'm speaking hypothetically. Just want to say this, right? But imagine a company that has had a contract with an agency for years and years and years and years. Again, I'm really hypothetically, just as a simple example. They have lots of past performance that talks about this particular agency, and that's fine. But how relevant was it? And it's definitely recent. But is relevancy really who you worked for, or what was the quality of the work they did? And what was that previous contract all about? Was it focused on an overall solution delivery, or was it just folks in seats? And when we're looking at a new requirement, the follow-on, the competed procurement, how well is that past performance going to hold up against the company that says, look, let's say training and technical assistance, right? Because lots of agencies in the government have it. I do training and technical assistance for 1, 2, 3, 4 government agencies. I've been doing it for 20 years. This is how I do it right now for these other companies. This is how I maintain staff that is always available to work this. This is how I train them, so they're always available, so that federal staff don't have to train them. Hint, hint, that's a problem here. And, I mean, talking about a compelling proposal and past performance that supports that claim, now we're looking at potentially a less risky proposal that has a shot, right? And I'm just saying, that stuff will jump out at us. So if you don't have ACF on your resume, or HHS even on your resume, but you're doing the work and your proposal can articulate that, and you can demonstrate that you're able to do this with low risk, consistently, that's a compelling proposal, and I think we'd all like to see it, and it'd be worth your time to invest the bid and proposal dollars.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question. Sir, to my left.
This gentleman was before me.
Sir?
Thank you. My name is Neil Ghosh from MGR Professional Services. First of all, thanks all of you. I think it's a phenomenal industry day. Quick thoughts. The mission of ACF is very close to my heart. I've been working on this subject matter when I was 14 years old. My past performance have been in running children's homes to economic resilience. But the issue I have, I do not never work with ACF. So I'm here to learn. But my question is more logistics. One of my hope was to meet a prime contractor, because I'm realistic that as much as I'm willing to learn about ACF as an agency and use my past performance and my 8A company. I'd like to meet prime contractors. So is there any forum where we got to meet the prime as well? It's more of a logistical question, actually.
So, sir, if I understand your question correctly, you're looking for a forum where you can interact with potential primes?
That is correct. Forming partnership, collaborations, because we are a small company, and I appreciate Michelle's question that she said, we have past performance, but not with ACF. So my goal would be to bring what we have, but work with others.
I see. Certainly, I'll take the easy part of this question, right? Which certainly, this getting all of these companies here today is in part to facilitate that type of discussion or to start that type of discussion. But we also have folks here on the team. We have Demetrius, we have Christine Haber here. They are small business specialists who have really focused to help stimulate that type of work. And I would encourage you to grab them and bend their ear a bit in the moments in between these sessions and get some contact info, because they're very interested in stimulating that. And I'd turn it over to anybody else here if they have other thoughts.
I just want to add maybe just a little bit of a caveat, because I've heard two people say that they have to have past performance within ACF. But what I interpret that as meaning is you have to have experience working with HHS or ACF. Is that correct?
I have worked with other agencies, but not with ACF.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because, past performance is how well you have done something, right?
Absolutely.
But in reality, what I'm hearing being discussed is that the prerequisite is that you have to have had experience working with the organizations, which are two different things.
Right.
So I just want to put that out there so that for our discussion purposes, that we clarify whether it's past performance we're talking about or
experience with ACF, yeah.
All right, I'm going to jump in here. I'm Christine Haber, by the way, one of your small business professionals specifically to ACF. I'm going to ask a favor, because I have talked, if you've seen me walking around or talking, I've talked to small businesses. I probably talked to more large businesses this morning, because that's part of my job as well. What I would like now, we're going to do a little exercise break here. All my large businesses, and I see you, so I'm going to come get you, right? Mathematic, I know you're in the house. Okay, and you're one of our key primes over at CMS. You also have a good share at ACF. All the large business primes, let's stand and get ready to look. Take pictures. So please stand. If you're a large business prime, please stand.
That's all I wanted to do.
Okay, there's your friends. There he is. Okay, so all you other smalls that are here that are looking for large business primes, here they are. Stay here. Stand up for we got 45 minutes here. Just kidding.
Okay.
Just stand for 30 seconds, please. We can all just use a break. Small sit, okay? It's the first time you get to sit, right? Here's your large business primes, okay? We got Mathematica. I know a bunch of you here, right? I'm not going to shout you out, but please, okay? Because I'm only one person, but I'm here. I'll hold your hand after. I do have a meeting with the other lady back there, Potomac. I know you asked a great question. We're going to have a meeting on that. And I also would like to talk to you at some point during the break, yes. You're next. Yep, you got it.
Since we're bringing it up now.
Okay, so thank you for that. The largest can stand, but here comes the next direction. But that's a great point, and we are going to make that happen, okay? And go ahead, sorry.
Thanks, Christine. So first of all, did you get your answer?
Absolutely.
All right, very good.
I just had everybody stand. He got his question answered.
You
There
all
you
can
go.
sit down now. So I'm going to just take a quick intermission right here. So there was a great suggestion brought up to us about your name tags that you have for NIH. There is some blank space on the bottom of your name tag. If you could write your company name on the bottom there, that will facilitate a lot of the coalitions and the buildings that we want to do with this meeting, with this APBI. So did I answer your question? Whoever asked me that, did I answer your question? Did we make sure we're going to do? Yep, you're right there. I see you. So make sure you put your name, your company name there, so everyone will be able to know who you are, so we can network more effectively. All right?
also,
Is it regarding this, what I just said? Yes.
Can you put a star if you're a large business?
That's a great selection. That's great. If you are a large business, put a star beside it as well. That'll be great. All right?
All right, in the interest of time, because they're making me stay on schedule, I have time for one last question for my industry partners. Sir?
Hi there. My name is Sam Barnett. Thank you again for this forum. Really appreciate it. My background, I have a military background, was part of humanitarian missions in the Middle East, so this is near and dear to my heart, what ACF is doing. I appreciate Mr. Wesley and his team being available. My question is around how a small business, we're an SBA designated small business, we do emergency management, humanitarian missions. 19 years supporting FEMA, but have not done any work directly with HHS and ACF. And our experience has been with other agencies where there's a possibility to do breakout sessions where before a source is sought or an RFI comes out, industry has an opportunity to engage with the government and provide some best practices, innovation, recommendations on how they can deliver some of their baseline mission functions or critical mission functions. And some of the experience that I've had so far in the limited time that we've been trying to do work with ACF is that it's been harder to engage the program offices, the cores. GCS has been great in terms of accommodating capabilities briefings, and our briefings, our requests have been specifically tailored to a particular requirement, particular opportunity for us to bring a best practice or value proposition to a program office. However, we've had some challenges in being able to engage those offices, and so my question is really around what we can be doing together, industry, government, in our engagement to potentially look at roundtables or breakout sessions where we have an opportunity to sit down and engage with a program office and start talking about what their mission is, forecasting, for example, but also bring those innovations and best practices in more of a roundtable discussion before we get to the point where we're asking for a capabilities brief, just because we know how overloaded y'all are. So thank you.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. I think if all of our mission partners had all the time in the world, they would love to do that. And I'm not making excuses for them. I just know that some of them have smaller staffs than others. And so in this case, you know, you've done work with FEMA. Sounds like you probably want to do work with OSEPR. I think, John, that's your client, right? But if you reach out to John, he can help you get in touch with them, and not going to guarantee a meeting, not necessarily sure they'll have an appetite for it, but if you provide some compelling material or success stories from the past for similar mission sets, I think that, you know, eventually you'll get your time, and, you know, John can help coordinate that if that's something that will work for you.
Yeah. So, hi.
Hey, John, good to see you again.
Good to see you. And Vinton and I support OSEPR, and just please reach out to us, and we can figure out a great way to set up, you know, interactions. And this goes for anybody, right? And, you know, Mr. Wesley put all the responsibilities for program areas up on the chart. And this is just one live example that you can all see of how you can use that chart to reach out and drive discussion. Like Bill, we'll be straight with you, what we can and can't do. But what we can always give you is an answer and give you clarity what's going on here.
Thank you.
Bring that up when the program officers are up speaking, and y'all get y'all a chance to ask them questions. Ask them. Talk to them. Get them. Just like you're talking to us, they are open to these kinds of conversations. And if you approach it the way you just did with us, with a round table, some of them are actually trying to figure out how to do those. And so they'll probably be really anxious to hear y'all opinion on how they can work well, for not just for them, but for you as well. So I think you're on the right track. But ask it to the program top when they're up on that stage. Right.
Thank you. Will do. Thank you very much.
And if anyone has any additional questions, we will be available for the rest of the day and Tuesday and Wednesday. So grab us and ask us some questions. So in closing, in the behalf of the directors, I'd like to express our appreciation to our industry partners for your dedication and commitment in making a positive impact for our children and families across our great nation. Thank you, and have a great day.
I do want to thank the panel for a very candid discussion. Thank you, industry, for asking the tough questions, right? Because sometimes we don't always like the answers, but we all know that we have work to do, right? So there's more work to be done. I will remind everyone that the responses to the questions will go out to everyone who is registered. So if you didn't quite get the full answer, don't worry. Everyone will get the answers to all the questions. They will be provided to you all. I was asked to let you all know that if you are here in the building, these small forms that you filled out when you were coming through security, there are a few of them. So if you want to be prepared for tomorrow, there are a few on the registration table. You can fill those out in advance and just bring them with you in the morning, and maybe that will speed up your experience moving through security here at NIH. Up next, we will ask the Office of Administration to come to the stage for their presentation. So I would like to introduce you to Ms. Emily Mila, and she's going to go over some of the requirements for OA.
Thank you so much. Oh, can I see my slides? Team, am I clicking my slides myself? Okay. Hi, everybody. I am Emily Mella. I'm the Chief of Staff for the Office of Administration. And first, I want to start with telling you a little bit about who we are in ACF's ecosystem. So if you can go to the next slide, the Office of Administration manages most of our management and administrative services across all ACF programs. So the big bulk of our work is our Office of Grants Management. We do all of the financial management, business services to really maximize ACF's investment in children and families. So we do all of the logistics around managing grants across all ACF program areas. We also operate the government's premier contracting office, our wonderful Office of Government Contracting Services, with which you are all undoubtedly familiar. We also run a really robust and interesting technology portfolio, which includes both the routine governance aspects of running federal technology, as well as enabling programs and better program service delivery through technology. You'll hear a little bit more from our technology team directly if you're here on Wednesday. The ACF Tech leadership team is going to present just on their contracting portfolio, so I'm not going to cover that today. We also run centralized services that support ACF's federal workforce, including our building facilities management, our personnel services, including both diversity management and equal employment opportunity services, giving guidance to office-level administrative teams on how to best support their workforce, and ACF's centralized employee experience and well-being programs, as well as our federal training portfolio for our federal workforce. And we also run some of the agency's business operations. We are ACF's Chief Financial Officer, so we run our management and administrative platforms to maintain our financial systems of integrity, as well as do some of our centralized financial governance work like internal controls. So I'm going to go through kind of in some of those big buckets, some of our main contract portfolio, starting first with some work that my team supports directly. If we can go to the next slide. My team runs an interesting customer experience program for the agency where we work to improve the experience of grant recipients interacting with ACF services and empower them to deliver effective service delivery. We contract for that work in conjunction with our employee experience functions, as both utilize the same kinds of skills to perform their work, and we've had a contract portfolio that supports this work for a number of years. That work is being recompeted this year, so look out for that contract competition coming on the street. I believe it's a base year and an option year, since these are our previous contracts. Apologies for the date error on the slides. And if you're here in the building today, my CX program manager is here in the audience and would love to say hello. For our Office of Grants Management, we also have a couple of services that we routinely operate via contracts, one of which is some specialized financial oversight and accounting work that has particularly been focused on the unaccompanied children program. So that work for a number of years is on looking in detail, particularly in response to some oversight findings around financial management with grant recipients and making sure that we're meeting all of our financial stewardship obligations for those programs. We also have a couple of contracts for our grants management function that are focused on improving how we support grant recipients. So first, we've been working over the last year and a half to really rebuild our grants management focus to focus primarily on how we support and deliver excellent technical assistance to our grant recipients. And that work will be substantially enabled through a new technology tool to manage our customer relationships more effectively. So the technology innovation contract that you see on the slide is really dedicated toward building and piloting a new tool to help enable that kind of robust service delivery that we want to be able to provide to our recipients across all ACF programs. And there is a distinct but complementary line of effort on improving our setup to perform better stakeholder engagement. So the big output of that work over the last couple of years, you may have seen a revamped ACF grants website if you go to acf.gov. And the team on that contract has really helped us provide better, clearer, more consistent, and easy to understand language to our grant recipient community. Next, I'll talk about our diversity management and EEO services. I think, yes. So we have a number of services that are dedicated to supporting our federal workforce, particularly making sure our workforce is accessible to all of our employees. So we have a contract to provide interpreting services to employees who need sign language interpretation support. We also have a couple of complementary contracts that provide support to our anti-harassment program to make sure that we're always in compliance with our anti-harassment policy for our workforce. That includes both conducting investigations into harassment inquiries as well as a technology system to do case management for that work. One thing to note about this slide, we also have a personal assistant services contract that is to provide support for activities of daily living for employees with certain disabilities. That contract is being recompeted this year. So those in that market, please look out for that contract opportunity. And I already mentioned our anti-harassment case management system, which is a pretty simple tracking system. And then next slide. Last, I'll mention a couple of contracts that are near and dear to my heart in our agency business operations. We are extremely proud of the ACF Discover technology platform, which has been in the works for a couple of years now and has a few option years remaining on it, which is a management information system that pulls data from our HR and accounting systems to better enable us to manage and project spending and resource utilization around our personnel and financial resources. And we also routinely operate via a contract our internal controls program. Last year we bundled this, last year we also awarded an enterprise risk management contract, and this upcoming year we'll continue those services through enterprise risk management and internal controls programs. We also have a couple of final contracts that I'll mention to support ACF's workforce and operations, including a staffing support services contract that has targeted a couple of specific business lines that are focused on our federal workforce, in particular supporting our administrative community and better enabling our effective operations of our executive officers who do mostly personnel services, hiring, recruitment, onboarding, asset management for employees, so better enabling that, as well as recruitment services. And we also have a contract to build some new furniture for our federal building and really make it an inclusive workplace of the future where our federal staff can be productive and effective in delivering on our mission. So I think that is our current contract portfolio, and I will quickly mention our upcoming contract work for things that are important to us, some of which we have money for and some of which we hope to identify funding for in the future. As I mentioned earlier, we are building a more robust grants management, training and technical assistance support line of business, and I expect that there will be contract opportunities coming out that are focused on that in the future to better enable services across programs that meet the needs of our grant recipient community if you'll be back here on Wednesday morning, if you want to hear a little bit more about the grants work itself and kind of what ACF Grants is all about. Some of my colleagues will be here to share a little bit more about that grants portfolio, but we're really looking for services that enable us to move in that direction, better understand what our recipient community needs, and to deliver consistent, useful, understandable, and accessible information to our recipient community based on that kind of robust understanding of what they need. And I mentioned as I was going through that we have some routine service contracts that are coming up for recompete this year or in the next year to look out for if you're in those service delivery communities. So I think that's it for me today. I am certainly happy to take, I think we have lots of time. I have time for questions if anybody has any about the Office of Administration, what we do, how we work with ACF programs, or kind of our contract portfolio. What are routine services? Those are the ones that are sort of our standard business agency operations ones. Like I mentioned, our anti-harassment programs, personal assistance services, internal controls programs, the things that all federal agencies are required to have that we operate in a pretty standard way with contract support.
Hi, you had mentioned that there's a program officer or somebody from your program office in the audience?
Oh, yeah. Augusto Canguela, my CX program manager, is here. I can't see Augusto if you're in the room right now. If not, he will be in the lobby after this, and I will introduce anybody who wants to talk CX and our visions for a Voice of the Customer program for the agency. Mm-hmm. He's the guy to know. Any other questions? If not, happy to continue conversations for those in the building outside. Anything else? That's it. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you to OA for that presentation on their current requirements. And I think that Emily did show her current portfolio, but just remember that the value of seeing the current portfolio displayed for you guys is so that you know when those contracts end, so that you can be monitoring when it's time for the recompete. So keep an eye on those things, or when you see that throughout the week, that'll be some important things to note. So if it doesn't feel relevant to you right now, just make sure that it's about forecasting, right, and making sure that you're looking forward into the future to see when you might be able to help support ACF. With that, we are going to take a short break until 3 p.m., so it's about 20 minutes or so, and we'll get started right at 3 o'clock. Okay. All right, at 3 o'clock, we're about to get right back on schedule. We ask that everyone please take their seats. There's a lot of networking going on, a lot of energy in the room, and we do appreciate all of that. We ask that you bring your conversations to a close. Okay. It is now my pleasure to ask that our last mission partner of the day come to the stage. Please assist me in welcoming Ms. Shannon Griffin from the Office of Head Start.
All right, good afternoon. Thanks for sticking around for the last presentation of the day. I'll make it worth your while. All right, my name is Shannon Griffin. I've been with ACF for almost 2 years now, and with the Office of Head Start as the director for the Division of Contracts. And so I'll tell you a little bit about Head Start, and then I'll give you an overview of our FY 24 through 26 acquisition forecast. Next slide, please. And next slide. Okay, so Head Start is coming up on its 59th birthday in a few days. We were established in 1965. So you'll see some things out there celebrating that birthday. And we are one of the few federal to local programs that promote school readiness for children from birth to age 5. And we also, most importantly, support not only their early learning, development, health, but also families' well-being as well. And so a lot of our programming is centered upon engaging parents, family participation throughout the entire program to make sure that we have strong outcomes for our children. And so Head Start program is available at no cost to eligible families, and we do provide those services in various models. And so those models can be either center-based, which a lot of people are really familiar with. We do offer home-based programming, family child care, and also locally designated settings. And so our mission overall is to provide high-quality early childhood education services for eligible children and families in a safe and healthy setting that prepare children for school and life. Next slide. And so we fund nearly 1,600 agencies to operate local Head Start programs. And so that could be grant recipients with organizations, school districts, municipalities, tribes, Native communities, or an entire state. And so we have 20,000 centers, approximately 20,000 centers nationally. Head Start is organized into 10 geographic regions, and then we also have 2 national regions, which are Region 11, which services the American Indian, and Alaska Native children, and then we have Region 12, which serves our migrant and seasonal children. Next slide. And so the Head Start program is kind of distributed in 2 areas. We have funds appropriated to support approximately 840,000 total children, and that's distributed between our early Head Start program, which services children from birth to age 3 and their families and pregnant women. And that is about 32% of the participants served. And then the Head Start program itself, which services ages 3 to 5 and their families, and that's about 68% of the participants. All right, next slide. And as part of the foundation of Head Start and its comprehensive services, we help children just to, like I said, succeed in school and life. And so we provide services in the area of learning, education and development, physical, social, and emotional well-being, family engagement and their well-being, early intervention and inclusion for children with disabilities, and one of the very important pieces is partnerships with the communities and public schools. Next slide. And so one of our many divisions is the Division of Comprehensive Services and Training and Technical Assistance, which supports our Head Start programs in delivering those high-quality services to our children and families. And so this is kind of a list of all of the things they offered, a lot of what I covered, but also program management and fiscal operations, once again, services to children with disabilities, and then also cultural and linguistic responsiveness across all domains. Next slide. And so the system itself is kind of broken up into 3 areas. So you have the training, which focuses on helping our grantees with training, group instruction, delivering services, whether they're online, in person, or self-directed. Then the technical assistance portion, which is targeted consulting for individuals or programs. It's delivered in various methods as well. And then the funding, of course, which is directed to the recipients, and it's about 2.5% of the overall Head Start appropriation. And so that TNTA network is comprised of the regional network, so all 12 of the regions. You have the 4 national training and technical assistance centers, and then, of course, the recipient TNTA funds. Okay, next slide. Okay, and so finally, as part of the program, Head Start is managed by our Head Start program performance standards. And so these provide a roadmap to our grantees to support the high quality services that we offer through that Head Start and early Head Start programs. All right, so moving into our contracts portfolio. Next slide. And next slide. All right, so the Division of Contracts within the Office of Head Start, which I oversee, manages the overall contracts portfolio for the office, and we have contracts that come in 2 buckets. We have our contracts that support our congressional mandates, such as the TNTA system that was just discussed, and our monitoring system. Then we also have a second bucket which fulfills all of the business needs for the Head Start enterprise, such as the Head Start Enterprise System, the Head Start Information and Communication Center contract, which is where you'll find like our website and everything housed there, and then our various business contracts that just allow us to function as an office. So we do like a lot of logistics and conference support. Some of our other IT-related systems are contracts associated with grants management, et cetera. All right, next slide. And so the places of performance, as I mentioned, are our 10 geographic regions and our 2 national regions, which are based out of DC. Next slide. All right, and so for our 24 to 26 acquisition forecast, next slide. First, I'll go over the FY24 opportunities. Next slide. Okay, so the first opportunity is for the recompete or renewal of our logistics and conference support contract. And so basically just in a matter of doing business, host a lot of different events. We host about 45 different types of events. That's not the number of events, that's just the different types. So they can be, meetings with grantees. They can be meetings to provide training and technical assistance in some cases. They can be tribal meetings, just a number of different things, or just with, subject matter experts, et cetera. And so the anticipated contract type for this effort is hybrid, so that's firm fixed price and time and materials. The contract vehicle is to be determined, and our estimated solicitation release date is third quarter of FY24. The value of this acquisition is over $10 million. It will be set aside for small business, and the current contractor is Guardians of Honor. And as you get these slides from GCS, you'll see all of this information, but it has the current contract number, and the expiration date for the current order is in mid-September of 2024. Okay, next slide. All right, our last opportunity for FY24 is our Region 9 Customer Service Improvement Project. And so this contract, or I should say task order, will be awarded against an existing blanket purchase agreement that we have through ACF. And basically it's to provide professional, technical, and administrative services to our, just to support the grantees. And it helps them with managing the grants themselves, all of the programmatic things, grants management, admin and technical analysis, et cetera. And so we plan to release that solicitation in the third quarter as well. The range in value is $1 to $10 million. That BPA is set aside for small business. The current contractor is FM Talent, and the current order expires on July 5th of 2024, so that one would be looking at an extension. All right, next slide. Moving into the FY25 opportunities. And next slide. Next slide. Okay, so the first one is the Office of Head Start Digital Infrastructure Services. And this is the IT opportunity. It was previously known as the Head Start Shared Infrastructure Services, so it's, platform for some of our different systems to sit on. And so it'll provide configuration, management, and development of our infrastructure tools and services for our web and mobile applications. And so the contract type is to be determined. We're still going through the acquisition planning and phase on this one. We plan to release a solicitation in the fourth quarter of FY24. The estimated value is over $10 million, and the current contractor is TrustWorks. And it's currently on GSA schedule, and it expires March 21st of 2025. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this one's a mouthful. So another FY25 opportunity is our Head Start Information and Communication Center contract, and it is going to have a marketing and communications component, which is what this slide will talk about, and then I'll have a second slide which will talk about a customer support center component. And so basically this acquisition will help to manage the communications with Head Start, and the current one provides like the customer support center, so this is a requirement that's kind of going into two pieces, right? And so it'll also support the enhancement of the Head Start website, also known as the Early Childhood Learning and Knowledge Center, or ECLKC. You'll hear that thrown around a lot at Head Start. And so just, overall enhancement and maintenance of that website, and then our marketing and communications for the Head Start program. All right, and so we plan to release a solicitation in the first quarter of FY25. This is estimated to be over $10 million for the marketing and IT piece. The current contractor is Hindle, and the current task order expires on July 19th of 2025. Next slide. All right, and so the same requirement, but this is the customer support center. And so if you are calling to find out, where can I get into a Head Start program, or what services are offered in a particular area, or you have a question about, just anything associated with the overall Head Start program, this is the customer support center that you would contact. And so this contract will go out in first quarter of FY25 as well. The estimated value is $1 to $10 million. And Hindle is also the contract on this one, and like I said, it expires July 19th, 2025. All right, next slide. All right, and so this opportunity is a totally new contract for us. It's the Head Start Individualized Professional Development Portfolio. or IPD. It is currently under a cooperative agreement, and it is essentially a learning management system. So I'm sure a lot of you, maybe in your company or somewhere you've gone to, there's been like a learning management system where you log in, you take a bunch of training, it keeps track of any certifications you have, all of your training certificates, and just your entire training record. And so this learning management system, or IPD as we call it, keeps track of all of the training for our grantees. So it is not for the federal employees, because HHS operates the system for that. This is for Head Start grantees. And so it has a lot of different features. We're planning for it to be cloud-based. It will obviously touch base with the, or be accessed through our Head Start website. It offers a lot of live courses, and all of that's kind of listed in this big paragraph description up here. It has over 100,000 users, and it has training approval agreements with 28 different state partners. So there are some, touch and feel type integration things that happen with other groups and entities. And then it provides, tracking for all of the things that are required for state licensure, et cetera. And so the contractor who wins this opportunity will be responsible for the oversight, the software updates, the maintenance, any system optimization, and obviously the development of the system itself. So the estimated solicitation release is the first quarter of FY25, with the value ranging from 1 to 10 million. And the current vendor supporting this requirement under a cooperative agreement is DTL, and it expires in September of 2025. So once again, that's one of our, if you will, totally brand new contract requirements. All right, next slide. All right, now I'll talk about our monitoring contract. This is, again, is one of our congressionally mandated requirements, just monitoring all of the activities associated with ensuring that we are meeting the Head Start federally mandated standards. And so this requirement is, I'll discuss over 3 different slides and 3 different requirements. So the first one I'll cover is the data protocol analysis component. And so this component, we're looking at releasing the solicitation in the first quarter of FY25 with an estimated value of over $10 million. The current contractor for all 3 of these current pieces is Danya International. And the current services expire on April 30th of 2025. Next slide. Okay, the logistics piece of this requirement, so this kind of supports all of the scheduling, if you will, of those individuals and systems that go out and do the actual monitoring and all of those activities involved with that. And so this requirement, we're looking to release in the first quarter of FY25 as well. It's estimated over $10 million as well. Same contractor. All right, and last slide. All right, and so the third piece is going to be titled the Office of Head Start Aligned Monitoring System 2.0, and this is the IT piece of the monitoring system. And so the system will collect all of the monitoring data and disseminate that data to all of our various stakeholders. And so this solicitation, we're looking at going out in the first quarter as well, over $10 million. And Danya, once again, is the contractor. All right, next slide. All right. couple more for FY25. So the Head Start customer service contract. So this customer service is for our central office. So if you don't see a region associated with it and you see this customer service name, it is for our central office. And it basically provides all of our in-house support. So, you know, administrative support, programmatic support, all of our special initiatives, different technical services, things of that nature. And so we plan to release a solicitation in the fourth quarter of FY24. This acquisition is estimated to be over $10 million. And the current contractor is the Bazell Group, and the services expire on February 16th of 2025. Next slide. All right. Once again, one of our congressionally mandated activities, the regional training and technical assistance contracts. And so we have 12 separate contracts, one for each region that provide TNTA. And so I gave you a big overview of that. I do have all of the contracts, the region, the contract number, and the contractors listed in the table in the second column of the slide. We estimate that we'll have this solicitation out in the first quarter of FY25. It's over $10 million for every contract on here. And all of the current contracts expire on June 30th of 2025. All right, next slide. All right, so going back, we have our customer service improvement project, and this is one for the region. So we have 3 different regions that will need awards in FY25, and those are regions 3, 4, and 6. And so these provide professional, technical, and administrative support to just support our regions in providing the grantees with services and managing their programs. And so Region 3, which is this slide here, we plan to release a solicitation in the fourth quarter of FY24 in the range of $1 to $10 million. And the current contractor is FM Talent Source, and the task order expires on March 31st, 2025. Next slide. Okay, Region 4, same type of requirement, just different region. That solicitation we're looking at getting out in the fourth quarter of FY24 as well, with the range of $1 to $10 million. FM Talent Source is the incumbent on this one as well, and that task order expires January 15th of 2025. All right, next slide. Region 6, same requirement. We plan to release a solicitation in fourth quarter of FY24 in the range of $1 to $10 million. FM Talent Source is the incumbent on this one as well. It expires February 28th, 2025. So they're kind of January, February, March. All right, so last but not least, so I'll go next slide to our FY26 opportunities. Thank you. All right, and so our real property federal interest contract, it supports capacity and coordination for all of our facility project work and the management of property records for our ACF funded facility projects, and provides all of the different support services associated with managing those funds for the properties that are used to deliver our programs and services. And they can be subject to purchase, construction, or major renovation. And so we don't have an estimated solicitation release date yet. However, we anticipate it'll be over $10 million for this requirement. And the incumbent contractor is Community Development Institute, or CDI. It is under GSA schedule right now, and it expires May 21st, 2026. All right, and next slide. All right, and once again, this is for one of our regional customer service opportunities that I described earlier. This one is for Region 10. So Region 10 will do their recompete in FY26. The estimated value is $1 to $10 million. The incumbent contractor is BCT Partners. It is under our blanket purchase agreement right now, and it expires on September 29th, 2026. All right, so that is our full forecast for the next couple of years. And next slide. And so this just gives you the link to all of our Head Start resources on our ECLKC and other information about the various Head Start service offerings and programs. And are there any questions? Thank you for joining me today. Can you come to the mic? Thank you. It's more for the people who are online. They can't hear you. They turned it off. I'll repeat it. So the ones that you see in the same areas are separated by region. We, at this time, do not have a plan to do like a national contract. When we awarded the latest round of regional customer service contracts, what we did do is separate the grants management component of it. And so there is a national task order for a grants management support that supports all 12 regions. But the customer service portion is still separated regionally, and as far as I know, will continue to go that way for this next go round of renewals. Regional TNTA will stay regional. And then any other changes you've seen is not a consolidation, but more of a separation, which some of them have been separated in the past. And so the monitoring is currently under one contract. You've seen that listed in 3 different contracts, and then our HSICC system was currently being managed under one contract, and you see that listed as 2 requirements. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any other questions?
Hello, my name is Derek Collins with Gift and Lit. I'm new to this. I'm brand new, so excuse me. My question is, do you guys buy products or you just contract services?
So most of any products that we need are probably procured through ACF, whether that be OA or maybe even if it's like a software type thing, ACF Tech or the OCIO's office. So like, I don't know, office supplies and things like that, they're either through a centralized contract and not with my group, or it's a smaller purchase, it's small enough to be done on a purchase card, and the division of contracts doesn't handle it. It kind of goes through our budget group. So those things will get, posted in the respective areas, or they go out and get quotes for those things as well, but it's typically probably with another office. So we focus really on the congressionally mandated portions of the Head Start mission and all of the systems and services to kind of run the program overall. Great question. Thank you. Any other questions? He's coming for seconds.
Sorry, I'm back. How do I get in contact with those people that purchase those things?
The products or the services that
Products.
we offer?
Products.
Okay, so more than likely their contracting officer is the entire GCS organization. So all of those PLCs they gave at the different breakout sessions, and you know what Mr. Wesley said, you can click on these names, those individuals can lead you in the right direction for those requirements.
Hi, Anthony with 3-Star. For all your TTA contracts, are you exploring the use of 8A as a potential contract vehicle?
We're exploring all opportunities.
Okay,
Any other questions? All right. Well, once again, thank you for joining us. And have a safe travel home.
Thank you. A big thank you to the Office of Head Start for that thorough recap of your portfolio. I know that there was a lot of helpful information in there, and I appreciate that you went all the way out to FY26. We are trying to get all of our mission partners to do that, so we appreciate that you hear us and that you've been responsive in that way. Up next, we will end the day with open questions and answers. Our moderator is going to be our HCA, Mr. Wesley, and I am asking our contracting officer, Mr. Bill Coolball, and Vincent Grant to come to the stage, please.
We stand between you all and dinner. I think they know who we are now. So, team, this is open Q&A. There are no pre-positioned questions. It is your time to shine. Who wants to go first? And the lights are blinding us, so we can't see your faces, so you have complete anonymity. Did they turn it off by accident? I think they turned them off. There's probably a button to hold them on. I know, right? Bear with us, those online. We have a little technical difficulty. They are working.
This one's on now.
All right, we got one. Here we go.
All right, I guess.
Here we go. So let's start to my left, and then we'll go over here.
Good afternoon. My name is Slava Katz. I'm with Sky Solutions. We're an 8A small business in the digital transformation space. Really appreciate everything that you've done so far. The panels have been excellent. The information shared, really informative. Almost, so dynamic that the glass couldn't take it upstairs, that it would be blown off. So good stuff there. So my question about the small business goals, Mr. Wesley, in your presentation you showed that in 2023, I think it was 9.75% of all procurement dollars spent went to small business, and then the path forward to 2025 is, I think, 15%. Can you talk about how ACF, how your team plans to bridge that gap?
Yeah, actually, that's a very good question. Thank you. So I use, through this group here, so we have a very robust set of acquisition planning and strategies, right? So you sit down, and the first thing you start off with is what procurements are actually still available that says, okay, no acquisition strategy has actually been formed, because the original ones that have already been formed are based on the market research, all right? We've actually gone out and been quite active, to include myself personally, on actually recruiting small businesses as well as academia to participate in our acquisitions. I personally have been on the road almost 6 weeks this year myself going after it. I've sent my team out, and we're actively recruiting small businesses not just in one category, all the actual categories. We're trying to encourage people to actually sit down and actually explain what they really do when they respond to RFIs. We're actually having teaching and coaching sessions on what we see when we actually get the RFIs and synopsises back. I mean, it's a lot going on to try to bridge that gap, and a lot of it is educational, training, and recruiting, right? And I tell people, we can't force industry to reply to something or even reply to an actual RFP, but we are doing our best to make sure things are known. And I'll let them add on to this.
Yeah, so there's a good amount of spend that isn't currently with GCS right now. So as most of you know, we're a relatively new organization. There's been contracts that support ACF that were awarded by other entities before our existence. So I think as part of that trend where you see more small business spend being directed at that percentage, we'll have more percentage of dollars to award. So as Mr. Wesley said, when those requirements end elsewhere, whether naturally or options don't get exercised, they'll flow to us. We'll get a new procurement package. And then step one is go assess the market. So if you're well positioned as a small business community, you'll have a good opportunity to put your name in for consideration. So I think that's another piece of how we'll start to drive spend in upwardly with small businesses.
I'll just add that, having early engagement and responding appropriately to the different documents that we put out there to ask for your input, and don't be afraid to critique it, even at the stage where we are putting out draft RFQs. If there's something that doesn't make sense, we need industry to let us know, because we are not the experts on solutions. And so we may put something out there based on what the program office required of us, and we may need feedback to make those adjustments so that it can be a fair and competitive process.
And on top of that, just so you have in your hip pocket, there's a couple of things that we're also doing when it comes to reviewing actions that were full and open to figure out where they can be properly broken up into reasonable economic lots, all right? Because some of these very large acquisitions, you may not have had experience doing at that size. And so we're trying to figure out what's more suitable, and we're working with industry as well as the program offices to figure that out. So it's not just about old versus new actions or bringing actions in. It's also about taking actions and making them severable where we actually can do that.
I wanted to add one last thing, and just because I saw the GSA rep that we work with for market research in the group, and we're trying to close a gap between the RFI responses, the RFI postings or sources sought, and who you respond to ask follow-up. Because I think there's some confusion about who to send the email to. And so because GSA posts those RFIs, there's a point of contact on those RFIs that you may want to start with. Don't start with the top man. You may want to start somewhere else and try to, if we are not responding, then you may want to escalate that. But if the RFI has a point of contact on there, please reach out to that person, and then we can work through who you need to talk to.
Hi, my name is Jace Norton, and I manage a niche interpretation agency for Mayan languages called Maya Bridge. And as such, I have kind of a niche question that I'm hoping, I'm not sure if you guys have any guidance or clarification on this, but on these contracts that we subcontract with to provide the interpretation services for the Mayan and indigenous languages, we're required to use only U.S.-based resources, and with good reason. But we do occasionally encounter languages for which there are, to our knowledge, no known resources that meet the qualifications of being U.S.-based and having U.S. work authorization. My question would be, what is the expectation for those of us that are working to provide interpretation services for particularly minors in the UCP? when there is no known U.S.-based resource for those languages? And then I guess a follow-up question would be, what, if anything, is ACF doing to track this issue and to address it?
Yeah, so definitely a niche question, but one that I'm trying to wrap my arms around currently, right? So there is a known requirement for language services for ORR and UCs. And a big part of the complexity with that is there's multiple niche languages which are so low density we can't find them in a manner that is consistent, right? So we just don't know what the marketplace can provide. And, you raise an interesting question about, well, there's other sources outside the United States. Could they be leveraged? To my knowledge, no. However, that's part of my job is to assess the marketplace so that I have a requirement that can be met. And so the more I engage with you and other industry partners to understand what that actual capability is, that's how I will communicate with ORR as my mission partner to understand, just exactly what can the market do for you. In all honesty, I've heard a lot of folks come to me and say, I have a full team, they can onboard in 60 days, they're ready to go, we can meet these, and that's kind of where the transparency comes in again, where I need to know the truth because I rely on what I get told a lot, right? And then I have to validate that with my subject matter experts at ORR. But this is a field in which there's a tremendous amount of information that I feel like could be a little bit more accurate. And if you show me data, then I can do something with that, And that's kind of where I've had a couple of conversations earlier today about give me the data, show me, previous examples of where you've met a need to translate in a certain location with a certain language. And also show me instances where you couldn't do that because you just didn't have the resource available. And what I'm trying to do in particular with this case is not try to segment the market too much because I don't want the same people or different companies competing for the same resources. And that's all going to help me drive the best decision for the kids who need to have things translated for them, both in person and virtually. So really great question. And I think it'd be good for us to kind of have a touch point so I can learn more about what you're experiencing, what you're seeing firsthand. But Mr. Wesley, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
I'll just add 2 points. So, because I want to close out the last part of what he said is GCS tracking it? The answer to that question is no, but that doesn't mean we can't, right? So as industry can tell, not just industry, but our friends at Department of State, Homeland Security, as well as DOD, we have counterparts in those areas that are buying linguistic services, interpretation services, those kinds of things. And so as we validate what they're struggling to get, if it matches what industry is telling us, then we have two correlating lines of data that we can actually use. If the answer is, well, actually they do exist, industry saying they don't have them, but I have some companies saying they have a team ready to go, then it will kind of counter or may counter what you're explaining to us, right? And so what we've tend to find so far is that certain companies have access to more different types of languages than others. And certain companies have specialty niche areas that may be hard to fill for some others. And so by putting some type of multiple award vehicle together, it allows us to take care of everyone. All right? And so that's kind of what we are thinking at the moment. Based on all the data we currently have. So anything that you have or any other company out here has that wants to tell us about niche languages or that are obscure, that are strictly hard to find in the U.S., but you have access to them outside, then it's good for us to know. And then I have my outstanding researchers like Jan and Donna and their team to help us figure out what potential options we have to buy American and those kinds of things.
Great, thanks.
Yep. That's a good question.
I didn't introduce myself last time, so my name is Madhu Nair. I work for a small women-owned company called Menden Group. Our question is, we are very new. We've been playing in the SBIR space. We want to move into the regular federal contracting space. So how do we find out about these simplified acquisitions that we hear about, because every time we ask for past performance, the answer is, well, go find a subcontracting opportunity. That's a tough task. So we're trying to figure out if we can go through the simplified acquisition, and how do we get on any kind of a list that's being maintained, and if we do take credit card purchases, how do we make that known? Thanks.
Just from in my space, most of the simplified acquisitions that we purchase are truly of another source, a strategic source, whether it's GSA or NITAC or NASA SOUP. So depending on what services you provide, we may not go out and do open market buy using a purchase order. And so it's a matter of, again, comes back to our market research, right? So depending on what the market research data supports, that is how we are going to develop our procurement strategy. And so it's incumbent on you to respond when we put something on SAM.gov to say, hey, I have, my presence is on this strategic sourcing vehicle. And that's the way that we are going to probably approach that. So I'm not sure if I'm responding appropriately.
No, it's not a good or it's not a right or wrong answer. His question is very open. Is how does he find out? So I would tell you a couple of things to add on to what Vincent told you, because he's right. If you don't know this, the Federal Acquisition Regulation actually has an order of precedence of how we procure those kinds of things. And so going on and doing a GSA or schedule type purchase is one of the highest ranking places to go. So I typically tell companies, if you're doing IT, general services, general professional services, try to get on one of the schedules, because it really does help you. All right. It helps you build up that past performance. It helps get your name out there, and you are then available for potential benefits of being on a schedule. All right. The next thing I would tell you is in ACF, there is not necessarily a bidders list, if that's what you're requesting there. We don't have a copy of a bidders list because we don't necessarily use a bidders list. And so we do post, if they're not going to go on the GSA schedule, it is on SAM.gov, even for our smaller actions. So you can see those, and even if we pay for them with a purchase card or on a contract with a purchase card as a line of payment, we would identify those terms and conditions. So either way it goes, you have more options than you might think.
Hi, Lillian Rivera, Lighthouse Integrated Services in Puerto Rico. We are a language company, and I just want to touch base on what the gentleman said. There are a lot of times where we have a really hard time finding someone for one of those languages that are in the U.S. We find them, but they're really expensive, and then because they're in the U.S. and they know they're a commodity, our cost has to go up as well. So just to mention, it would be great if we could find a way to use people that aren't always in the U.S. for those languages that are so hard to find.
So the first thing I'm going to tell you is not necessarily that we on this table are against that idea. There are some rules that are in place when it comes to buying American first, and I think you guys all would probably agree for very good reason.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
When you start talking about communication, language services, interpretation services, if let's just say we are the caregivers and we don't know what's being communicated to the children, if you have to have a certain amount of trust there, right? And you need to know that those children aren't being intimidated, misrepresented, all those kinds of things. So ensuring that you get those kinds of services from trusted agents is very, very important. So the only thing we can do at the moment is take that back and actually do some digging on what our options are in the case that a service isn't available within the U.S., and we will committed to do that. We'll take that back and see what exceptions may actually be there, and then what are the checks and balances to ensure that they come from an allied nation versus U.S. and those kinds of things. So you have my word. We'll take that one back.
Thank you.
And I'll get with Donna and Larice and Bill after this, and we'll huddle up, okay?
Yeah, so one other thing about this is that what you're telling me and what I'm hearing is it really helps me drive requirements in a certain way. So if the market cannot produce enough of a certain supply, and in this case, translation services, so maybe I just have to go tell my mission partner, like, no, you're not going to be able to secure these things in person. And maybe it has to be that has to be set aside for virtual only in the PWS, or maybe we allow for more written translation if that's suitable in certain situations. If it's going to be better than having no translation for an unaccompanied child. So those are the things that you're asking the right questions, and then I'm learning the right things about what the requirement should look like, and that's exactly why we're here, right? So. We may not be able to solve the problem for the supply base, but we may be able to come up with other solutions on how to get the kids what they need.
Perhaps expedited work permits as well. That could help a great deal. A lot of them are able, but it takes 8 to 10 months to get someone a work permit. I mean, right now we can do 120 languages, no problem, based in the U.S., but the people that have those languages charge a lot more than someone who I could get a work permit for, but it takes 10 months.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's go to the right, and then we'll come over to the left.
Hello, Brett McLean, Chief Medical Officer for Divine Family Care. We're a medical company providing care for unaccompanied children. I just had a question regarding the subcontracting with a prime, and usually the contracts are evaluated as a whole. I just wondered if you all have a way to evaluate performance of subcontractors for. Yeah.
So the prime contractors are what the government evaluates. However, the government, the COR, can evaluate as a part of that evaluation a subcontractor's performance, okay? So they can state very clearly the subcontractor performed elements X, Y, and Z. They performed those admirably, or they had challenges, whatever that is. But that still rolls up into the prime's evaluation, not a separate evaluation for the subcontractor. All right? That is deliberate. The government's contract is with the prime, not the sub. So but we want to make sure we do a well-rounded evaluation, and a prime managing its subs is actually one of their evaluation factors, and you can actually write to that in that factor.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Hi, Mr. Wesley. Two-pronged question, actually. The first is piggybacking on what this gentleman just asked. As it relates to small business set-asides, when you do your market research, and I noticed, obviously, the small business participation goal, or the goals for last year, FY23, I think you were just a couple percentage points under what your small business target was. So a lot of times, particularly in the DoD space, we bring a JV forward where several small businesses will lean in for a larger requirement, but have a large business behind them to mitigate some of the risks or concerns that the program office has from a resource perspective, from a reach perspective. How do you guys evaluate a JV or mentor-protege in terms of looking at it versus a standalone small business when you're evaluating two companies side by side? That was my first question. My second question is on the acquisition life cycle. If a company has developed some innovation or technology, what is your stance on unsolicited proposals, emergency
That's like
procurement?
the question of the day. I've got asked that question about 15 times in the hallway. That's a good one. Keep going.
And then also emergency procurement, and then direct award sole source in that type of scenario.
So you want to take the unsolicited proposal question? Sure. I'll let you take that one.
So I don't see a lot of unsolicited proposals here. I don't. But the ones I do, I would encourage you to, I'm going to put myself on the spot. I think it's 15506 in the FAR, and it tells you what it needs to have. And we have a website which I think helps populate the requirements of that, but I don't think it's complete in terms of what you would need to be able to provide in there. And one of the things that is hard, because if you're, an unsolicited proposal just isn't something I didn't ask for. It's something that has to be unique and innovative. And if it's not, then there's not much I can do with it. It's more like an info paper that is going to take our resources to look at. But what I would encourage you to do is the more you learn about the portfolios that exist and you have solutions that are unique, approach your unsolicited proposal from a standpoint of, this is how it's different, I know what your need is, and this is why this approach is different, and this is the value that it will drive from both a mission standpoint and however else you want to position it. But that to me is the number one thing I can offer to you is hit the things that the FAR requires us to do to be able to do, because there's two assessments. The first one is just we pick it up, we look at it to see if it meets the requirements of the checklist in FAR 15. And then the second thing we do is then if it passes that, we take it and do a more robust technical analysis of what that looks like. And if the team likes it, then guess what? You're looking at a potential work, right? So, but the first thing I'd focus on is making sure that it's unique, because if it's not, there's not much we can do with it.
And just because you hadn't heard that other people have done it doesn't mean that other people aren't there doing it. And that's really been what I call the emotional part of unsolicited proposals, where people say, but I'm the only one doing this. And we're like, actually, you're not. And that is so hard. And I don't mean that sarcastic in any way. I mean it like with true sincerity. It is hard for a company that has spent R&D dollars and ideas and man hours going down the path thinking they're the first out to shoot, only to find out that 10 other companies are out doing the same thing. And we have to unfortunately be the bearer of that bad news. That is tough, everybody. We don't wake up going, how can we crush someone's dreams today? That's not what we do. And so when we have to break that news to people, it can be kind of tough. But we're going to always be as honest with you all as we know how to be, and try to be as transparent with you all as quickly as possible so you don't keep spinning wheels down that path. Fenton, you want to add anything?
No.
Okay. And then, okay, because we went down that one, rehash your first part for me, please.
I was asking about the how you evaluate a JV or mentor protege with small business compared to a standalone small business.
Yeah, so it is a legal, formal company entity, so therefore it is welcome. It's a simple answer, right? But if you're going to go the mentor protege route, make sure that you have your I's dotted, T's crossed, that it is a formal accepted mentor protege agreement with the SBA. We do not accept DOD mentor protege agreements. This is HHS, so theirs doesn't fly here. If you want to do it at DOD, we know the crew that's over there very well, so we can send you and connect you with them. As far as JVs are welcome, both formal and informal. Just make sure that you have dotted your I's and crossed your T's and provide your mentor protege, your joint venture agreement as a part of the package, because that's going to be evaluated as well.
But my question was more around, and thank you for that, I guess my question was more around how do you evaluate, if you have a JV mentor protege and you have a standalone small business both pursuing it, do you evaluate those equally?
They're not evaluated different. They're evaluated as a regular company together.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Hi, good afternoon. Greg Matthews from JFM Consulting Group in Detroit, Michigan. Can I get a go blue?
Go blue.
There we go. I attended the...
I did not tell him to do that for my staff. All right? Because my staff is looking like, did you set that up? I did not. He just happens to have good taste in schools. I don't know what else to tell you.
I attended the OSDEBU Small Business Training event in Atlanta last month, so thank you for having so many GCS resources there. That was very helpful. JFM is breaking into the federal market. We'd be a new entrant. We've been doing strategy planning, research, and evaluation services in the social sector for almost 20 years. My question is, as we're trying to break in, I heard some conflicting advice about responding to the market research opportunities, sources sought notifications, and RFIs. I heard from at least one person that it's important to have if you're going to have a team for the requirement that they're doing the market research on, that you should be stating that in the RFI. Who are they? Who's going to prime? Who's going to sub? I heard another thought that perhaps it is okay to be a bit more flexible, maybe saying, if we're positioned to prime, we are positioned to prime, or perhaps saying we are positioned to sub. Maybe we can't meet all of these requirements. So my question is, who's right?
All of the above are true. So let me explain what that means, and then I'll let these two chime in on it. So let's take the first vantage point. If you have an established team and you know who they are, it can be advantageous to you when the team is reviewing your response and trying to validate that your actual responses are achievable, all right? Because remember, when you're responding to market research, we're not deeming technical acceptability. That is a source selection methodology. You haven't gotten that far. We're only reviewing technical competence at that point, right? And we're trying to determine whether your responses are actually achievable. So if you have a team or recommended team, it's okay to tell us that. You're not locked into those team players yet, right? Because it's not your actual response to the RFP or solicitation. Now, if you are let's just say you are a large prime, but it's not in your wheelhouse to do everything in there, or you're a small company, it's not in your wheelhouse to do everything. Letting us know that you only want to be a subcontractor is not a negative, because a lot of times, not just sometimes, a lot of times, people who want to prime the effort ask us, do you know any people who want to sub this effort? And if you tell us that, we can share it because you told us to share it on your behalf. All right? So it benefits you. All right? And then, of course, if you don't know who your teammates are going to be, but you have a lot of experience selecting good subs and you have a good past history and performance, answer the RFIs completely, and then, of course, let us know about that flexibility and fluidity in your team members. And the reason that is also important is because you're not over-promising and under-delivering, all right? You are letting us know what your experience is, how you've done it in the past, and then also how you've priced those things in the past. And the reason you're telling us those things is because the FAR in that market research phase tells us that we must be able to determine whether the work can be done. Seconding, it also says us, can we anticipate a fair market price? I don't need to know your exact pricing from before, but I need to know generally what it has been for those similar services. And that allows us to make an accurate, detailed determination. So, Vincent, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I would only add that when you're responding to the RFIs, you might want to identify which partners have different strengths in different areas in addressing the requirement, so that someone that's reviewing that document can clearly see that this team is put together to give them added value, and so they can look at it from that approach.
Good advice.
The only other thing I'll add is responding to the RFI is not the only time that you can ask that. Ask that question when the RFI comes out, and just say, hey, which approach, if any, would you prefer? 1, 2, 3, all of them? And then usually our RFIs are accompanied with lists of questions that we ask the industry to answer for us. And it may be an incomplete list. You can add to that and say, hey, I've come up with this teaming approach, or I've got a different strategy that isn't necessarily identified in your request. We're offering this for your consideration. Sometimes that'll go a long way in demonstrating your understanding or expertise in a marketplace, especially if you can come up with things that our team may have missed.
Hey, on that note, let me just give one caveat to what Bill said. He's 100% right, but don't make the cardinal sin mistake in an RFI of not responding to the government's initial questions. All right? For those of you who were in Atlanta, you heard me say this, and I'm going to repeat it here. Forgive me for it being redundant, but I have to repeat it because Bill is right. You can add to whatever information the government asks for. Do so. If you know more than we know, or you think we just didn't ask a question, fill it in. Fill in those blanks. But always, always, always answer the government questions. If it's a 2-part question, how many parts you going to answer? Do anybody know why you need to answer all 2? Yes, because for people online probably wondering why we're laughing, because somebody said, because you asked. Yes, but if you don't answer all the questions, you can be deemed what's called a non-interested party. If you are deemed a non-interested party, your rights go out the window. And you don't want your rights to go out of the window just because you did not answer all the questions. Answer them all. and then add anything else you think we need to know. Okay?
Thank you.
Anything else?
So I wanted to introduce our representative from GSA that does market research for us, Ms. Cassandra Span. If you just want to. So when you see one of those market research as a service RFIs, she is the source of that, or at least help us to coordinate those. So if you're not asking us the direct question, start with her.
That was smooth, Vincent. That was smooth. My man Vincent's like, take it off my plate, man. Go ahead, young lady.
Hi, good afternoon. Claudia Cano with Responsive Deployment. I had a couple questions regarding the RFIs, and specifically, how many RFIs would reach saturation for y'all to make some decisions on what that would convert into an RFP? Because sometimes we feel like they kind of land in a Bermuda Triangle, and we don't hear back of like, yeah, received, but where did, how many were received would be nice to know, to see, wow, there was 10 people, 10 companies were interested. Sometimes we just, feel like we've submitted one, we submitted twice, and maybe you asked more questions in the next RFP, which help us identify what you're really looking for, and that really does help. But I think just that would be something for us to kind of get a better understanding of if, like, even then, I know on RFIs there's no evaluation to them, but it would be good for us to know, like, oh, there was, out of this RFI, there were 20 submissions. And that kind of gives us an idea that there's other committee parties or other companies that are interested in partnering up, and there's still need for this. And then sometimes they never convert into an RFP. They kind of dwindle out and nothing gets back to us.
Yeah, so it's a combination of things. So there is no magic number of saturation, all right? The government, along with any of you, you can go out and continue your market research through Infinity. And what typically happens when we end up with 3 or 4 rounds of market research, it typically happens based on your feedback, not really the government's feedback. It really happens where you all start proposing some ideas, and we're like, oh man, we didn't think of this. But only one company threw this out there. So, and we can't tailor an RFP to only one company, so we have to go back out and make sure that we understand, do other people know about this? Is this company just head and shoulders above everyone else? Because if they are, then maybe I don't need to be competing this. Maybe I need to be sole sourcing it because they're head and shoulders above everyone else. And so that's why we do multiple rounds in a lot of reasons. I want to be very open and transparent. It's your ingenuity, it's your ideas, and we want to make sure we flush those ideas out. I want to speak from my experience as a contracting officer on the black hole. That's what I affectionately refer to it as, where people don't get responses back. So let's just say I put out an RFI and I get 20-something vendors. I'm still on a schedule to get an RFP, a solicitation out, work with the mission partners in order to fine-tune that requirement, go through the source selection evaluation, or if it's commercial, go through the evaluation of the commercial items. And so that's not the only procurement I'm working. I'm typically working anywhere from 30 to 40 of them at a time in my experience. And so I don't have time to often go back out and do a update to everyone individually and say, hey, your notice was received and it was evaluated and this was your score, right? Because it's not really scored, but we will tell you whether or not you met the requirements of the RFI or you were deemed competent, non-competent, and why. But if you do reach out and email and let me know, I respond to those who really want to know, all right? And so I would honestly tell you it's okay if you didn't get a response back to email the contracting officer or the contract specialist that was online and say, hey, can you at least let me know how we were assessed? We can't tell you how anyone else was assessed because you're right, it's not an evaluation, but the government is not allowed to ask you for anything without using it, okay? So we can tell you for a fact that we are actually rereading every RFI, every synopsis response, and sources sought. And we are actually capturing that, and then the team, along with the technical folks, have to do an assessment that says how each one of these rate against the questions that we asked, and whether they were helpful, whether they're an interested party or a non-interested party, those kinds of things. So we can tell you that about yourself. And most of the time, I can't say all because there are some exceptions to this. Most of the time, we can at least tell you how many people responded and if we met the rule of two or not met the rule of two. Okay? You want to add?
Yeah, so this reminds me of a question I was asked earlier where somebody said, hey, you know, we contribute to the sources sought, the market research process, and then the next thing we see is an award pop out on the other side months later. And my perspective is what in a lot of situations will happen is we went out, sometimes we go out on SAM.gov and on GSA, we conduct market research in both places, and there are exceptions to when we actually have to post an award and when we don't. And if there's an existing contract, say it's a GSA contract, then that award gets made and you may or may not even see it because there's no requirement for us to post it. And so I'm saying this because if depending upon what our markets research shows us, we may end up going in a path that is the only players that are participating are folks that show that they were capable and meet the requirements of that order of precedence that the FAR tells us to follow. And I think one of the things I kind of want to do, and I don't want to sign up for it right now, but I want to kind of educate you guys a little bit on what that looks like, because it seems like there's a disconnect, and I don't want it to contribute to a lack of trust between us, right? Because I feel like there's a process that we're following, and we're following the FAR rules to do it, but since you may not be aware of what those rules are or what those mechanisms are, it creates a void of information, and I don't want that to exist. So if you would like to, you can send me your comments on what you see, how many RFIs, and this goes for anybody, how many RFIs you submitted, how many times you know, what projects you were interested or bid on, and then just didn't have any input other than, oh, I saw an award posted out on SAM, or I heard that it was awarded on GSA, because I wanted to use that as a test case to see where the gap of visibility is, so that I can at least start to show you folks what mechanisms we're using to do the award if they're not always apparent.
So we also want to keep in mind that the results or the data that's gathered from RFIs is used to revise the requirement and also to scope the final solicitation. So even though you might not have heard back directly from us as to how we use the information, that information is actually used to make a better end product. Also, the opposite is also true, that we put out the RFI and 100 companies respond, but when we put out the solicitation, only 2 or 3 companies respond. So that goes both ways. I just want to add that.
That's a good point.
On that last comment, I would really appreciate if the follow-ups on the solicitation is somehow, so what happens in this case, for example, we have responded to RFIs, and then we follow the RFI, hoping that the solicitation, that SAM.gov notice would be updated with the solicitation, but that doesn't happen. I'm not saying that ACF is doing it. This is literally what happened 2 months ago.
Are you saying, like, reply to the actual RFP? So wherever we put the RFI or the synopsis, reply there to let us know that it was posted?
Yeah, something like that, so that when we follow that, we get a notification that says, hey, this has been updated with the solicitation. That literally happened to us 2 months ago, where we responded to an RFI from a different agency, totally different agency, and then a month and a half later or so, we see the solicitation out there, but we only had like 2 or 3 days to respond, so we obviously did not respond. So something like that might also be useful.
So Bill, Vinton, I'm going to ask y'all to take it back for us to look at that. I don't think that's too hard to ask for, but let me make sure that there's nothing in the system that is preventing us to be consistent. Because I want to be very open with you all that sometimes the tools we use in the government are not always friendly. So I want to make sure that, let's just say if I can do it for IT, that I can also do it for regular services, or I can do it for UC. So let me take that back, and we promise to follow up in writing at the end of the event, okay? But I don't think that's a difficult ask as long as the systems allow it.
Hello, Anastasia Amata from Ad Hoc LLC. I have a couple of questions, one regarding to the RFI responses. So when we have the GSA market research that comes out and gives you questions to answer, says 300 characters. If in the 300 characters space we say, please read the attachment, do you guys get the attachment? Because there's no way you can include everything to that question in 300 characters.
Yeah, so this is done multiple ways, and I'm going to let them chime in on how their teams are doing it, but I've actually done it multiple ways. So sometimes I will actually, because there's a character limit for the government too, right? So sometimes we'll put ours in an attachment and send it out and allow you all to not just send attachments in for our responses, but also attachments like flyers or capability statements, those things back. As long as the RFI allows for that, you're good. If it doesn't allow for that, ask, because it could just be that the contracting officer or contract specialist didn't think of it, all right? And that could cause us to go back out, modify it to allow it so everyone is treated fairly.
Okay.
And then I'll go to Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, that's great advice. I think there are situations where we've got folks, or we're aware of a situation where we know we're going to get 100 plus and it's so much information for a team to sometimes go through that we introduce, page or character limits. But I don't know a KO that I work with that wouldn't be willing to be like, all right, I'll at least answer your question on whether or not you can have an attachment or increase the page limit or, find some workaround. That's just not the way that, my folks operate. But it's a great point to call out. But certainly what Mr. Wesley said is 100% accurate. If it says don't do this, just don't try it. Ask the question, because if not, you might run into a situation where if you did something that the RFI or solicitation said not to, you'll be determined either not compliant or that information that wasn't compliant won't be reviewed. So just ask the question, and hopefully you'll be able to get an answer that enables you to do that workaround.
Yeah, it's not that necessarily doesn't say, don't do this. It just says if you have anything to add, please add in your attachment. So instead of adding in two places, right, because you will have a break in the thought process. You're answering the question here, and then there's an attachment. Yeah. Does it make sense to just put everything into that attachment, and where you get the little spaces, just say, please see the attachment for the full response?
Yeah, I would tell you to make sure you at least identify that there's an attachment with it that they're supposed to be looking for.
Yeah.
Because if not...
Well, it's definitely in there. I'm just curious if you guys get it. Yeah. If you guys get the attachment. Okay.
So just so you know, when GSA submit the market research results, those documents are embedded in the spreadsheet that they provide to us. I also know that the questions that they're asked are in the spreadsheet, and then any supporting document is attached as well.
Okay. Now, Kenyatta, you did mention something around how things are priced, and when answering the RFI or sources sought, provide how you would price something like this, but there's no question in the RFI about that.
Yeah, so we in GCS have been improving that, because I started putting people on the spot when they told me they anticipate a fair market price, and I said, hey, how are you anticipating that? And I got generic responses back. Didn't go over so well. So now people are asking the right questions. So that'll be corrected.
Okay, so future RFIs will include the question around how would you price this?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ray Emanuel, Strativia Incorporated. My question is to GSA postings. You can look at what's posted on GSA, and it has a certain time frame. I've reached out to the POC. They say, well, that was the allotted time that they needed for the post, but they don't actually know when the actual QRP is coming out, when it's due. Can you speak to that? Is that can we be better informed as to when a requirement is due?
I think what I would say is that we can give you an estimated time because there are internal processes that sometimes take a little longer than we would like, or it may be we are waiting on the program office to finish what they're doing. So again, we can tell you that the required date is like third quarter or second quarter, but you'll probably need to follow up with an email to get a better update.
What happens if it's TBD or if they really don't know?
Sometimes we might just don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so I think this is a good conversation just to be realistic, right? So I think it's we gave an example earlier where the program office didn't have funding and they didn't know when the funding was going to come. They just anticipated before the year is out, right? And so when those situations like that occur, then we were very open and honest and say it's TBD, and we'll be updating monthly or quarterly as we find out more information. Then there are situations, honestly, where it's a very complex action, and that complex action may cause very complex deep dive reviews. And so listen, I love y'all in industry, but sometimes y'all can be a little bit pushy. Right? And we know why. It's because you all are driving to milestones. You vested BNP. Like, we get it. But sometimes we really are trying to give you the best product you can and give you the best fair evaluation that we can. And if you rush us, we're going to make mistakes that you're going to now have mistrust in us, that either we don't know what we're doing or that we just wanted the incumbent or whoever, right? And so when the government is honestly taking the time to do due diligence, as long as they're communicating that, right, you got to work with them, all right? It's not just GCS. It could be any government contracting office. If they're open and honest and saying, hey, this one is going to take longer, it's more complex, and it's driving timelines out. I have one of those in my office right now that I wanted to have on the street in the first quarter of this past year, and it's not out yet. And it's because it is a very complex action, and I want it right. And my leadership team wants it right. And so, but we've been communicating where it's at and why we're going to do an extension to the current one, because we want the competition to be completely fair. We want it well written, so you all will be able to respond in an appropriate manner. So those are real-time situations, but we should be open and communicate with you, and so should any other contracting office. Hopefully that helps. I know it's not the answer you want, but it's the honest answer. Any others? Going once? Going twice?
Okay, I have one more question.
There we go.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So we have seen some RFIs that came out that say, okay, please answer these questions, but don't contact us at all about any of this. Like, we've literally answered an RFI like this from ACF. Okay?
Looking at these guys.
So the question that I have is, in those particular cases, one RFI in particular actually included requirements from 4 different places within the same office that serve different things, and it sounds like it's not one office that's it sounds like they're standing up another office is what I'm saying. So we really have those questions, and we tried reaching out to the program offices. They say, talk to the contracting officer. Contracting officer says, no, talk to the program. So it's it becomes very complicated in the sense that how do we find out exactly what they're looking for? Is it really 5 different things? Should it be broken up into multiple contracts? Because that's the way that we see it. But we can't ask the question back because we're told in the RFI itself, do not ask any questions back. Just respond if you have these capabilities.
Okay.
I can't tell you which one it is exactly. I'll send it to you.
So, yeah, I don't like this at all. So this is a situation where I don't feel like folks have got to clear grasp on what the responsibilities are and what they're supposed to be getting out of this process.
Yeah.
So in that situation, you're doing like this. This takes a lot of courage to stand up here and be like, this is a problem, and it is. And I want to fix it if it falls within my portfolio. And I'm sure anybody else who's here today would want to fix that too. So right after we're done, I'll come talk to you, and you can tell me what procurement this is for, and we can get this fixed, okay?
Okay, sounds great.
I mean, I agree with him. If you can send it to me, I'm more than happy to take a look at that, because remember, there are other contracting offices that post RFIs for ACF that may not be GCS. So, you know, we need to be very specific about who posts that, because it could be coming from another office.
Yeah, this one was from GCS.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
I'm going to go sit down.
you got it from the sources, but I'm going to just put it to you from a leadership perspective. Their reaction is mine, which is not okay. All right. If you see, and this is all of you, if you see that out, you can reach out to any of us in the leadership chain, to include myself, and we'll get that corrected. I'm not real big on people saying, don't call me, I'll call you. I'm not big on that at all. And I'm trying to be as polite about this as I can. My team knows my face right now, and they're probably like, oh, God, we're going to hear this one later. But I will tell you, and these two gentlemen specifically got some emails from me about 2 weeks ago about poor customer service interaction with industry. I don't appreciate it, and we fix it whenever we know about it. Because you can't give me a good proposal, you can't give me a good cost and pricing plan if I'm not communicating. So all I can tell you is, if you let us know, we'll fix it. And then we'll do training to make sure it doesn't continue. Because it's probably someone who they probably think they're helping. They probably think they're streamlining. But that sometimes breaks things by breaking the process. So we'll fix it.
Hey, Kenyatta. Thank you. David Lane with Gold Belt. This is a great forum. Thanks for having us. Last year you mentioned, GCS is pretty new, and you had goals to keep on growing it. Is that still your intent? How are you doing with that? And then there's a lot of GWACs, IDIQs, government vehicles that are out there. So a small business, should we, start still invest? Where should we be looking and hunting? Is GCS still going to grow? Is that what you're still intent for the next 2 years?
Oh yeah, we went from 20 contracting people, professionals, to now we're over 100, and we'll be around between 160 and 178 by the end of the year. That's just based on number of spaces. But then you're talking about number of contracting actions, probably quadrupling over the next year. And then dollar value going up steadily over the next 3 years as work returns back and we are fully operationally and compliant.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. On the DoD side, there's a lot of pressure where they're consolidating their vehicles and they're moving over to some GSA vehicles. Are you finding any of that pressure to maybe stay with some of the GSA rather than continue with the path on GCS?
Yeah, there's always that pressure. People who've known me a long time know I just do the right thing. I don't worry about being right. I just try to do right. And that's how I teach my team is we're not trying to be right. We're just trying to do right. So we're going to use the right vehicle for the right problem at the right time that has the right pricing. And so what that means is we're going to create some of our own vehicles that are going to be, we're going to put in for approval for category management so we meet the intent of the category management laws. And then we will use the GSA schedules and or other category management vehicles where appropriate. So we're going to have a mixed toolbox. But we want to have that mixed toolbox because some of these, I'm just open and transparent. It's nothing against GSA or any of my other government agencies' vehicles. We have a very niche mission in people services, right? And being in people services and social services, sometimes those needs are very particular, and those GWACs and or specific IDIQ type vehicles that were created for Department of Defense, which has a very different mission than ours, don't always fit, and they've become problematic and cause us problems during contract execution. And it's not to any fault of other people. It's the fact it wasn't a good fit. And so we are learning that, we are improving that, and we're using the vehicles that fit and then creating ones that better fit for the ones that don't. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you.
All right. So team, thank you all for taking a minute. Before I close, are there any questions online? Okay. They let us off the hook easy. All right. So team, thank you all for spending day one with us. It is very, very important to us that we keep this communication going over the next 2 days. You will have my deputy up more on Wednesday. You'll have Evelyn Tyndale and the team up here more tomorrow. So you'll get to see more of our fantastic staff and program shops. I think tomorrow you have some small business sessions as well as our various illustrious program offices in ORR and a couple of others. So thank you all for day one. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. All right?